Zuckerberg, you are such a fucking douche. Everyone hates you now. No one thinks you're cool. They are fucking losers. If they think that you are cool, you're a douche. Dude. What the fuck? Sundar. Oh, Sundar, you are the worst. Sundar, you are terrible. Everyone thinks you suck dick. Sundar's terrible and everybody hates him. Anjali hates him. This is the worst. Chrome OS hasn't fucking had a real update in millions, if not trillions of years. Not even billions. We just skipped right over billions. Hey everybody, my name's Sarah Goldberg. I'm in love with Rabbi. Really? I finger myself to him during shul and I don't tell anybody. Damn, actually, everybody knows. They're like, what's going on with Sarah? She's thinking about the Rabbi. Oh, dog. All I need is two. Oh, shit. Come on, you little bitch. There you go. That's some of the most athletic. That's really a lot of athleticism. That's incredible. Hey, everybody. Dude, this thing's doing that thing again. Where it sucks? Yeah. Why? Oh, hey, everybody. Okay. Okay. There you go. Kids, you want to hear a song? This song is entitled Mark Zuckerberg Sucks So Much Fucking Dick That He Deserves All the Bad Things in the World to Happen to Him. It goes something like this. Mark Zuckerberg, you are such a douche. Everyone thinks you suck dick. You have the worst platform perhaps in the world. You have to elbow douchebags like Sundar Pichai out of the number one spot for worst CEO in the history of mankind. You are so shitty. Everybody hates you. No one likes you. And they think you're terrible. They think that you are the worst CEO in the history of mankind. This is the worst CEO in the history of mankind. The worst humankind. We're even adding women to this bitch. You are the worst CEO in the history of humankind. Like, when people will study Homo sapiens in the future, there will be a special footnote that explains how shitty of a CEO you were. People will be like, well, we were just studying anthropology. Doesn't matter. Do you know how bad of a CEO this motherfucker was? He sucked so much cock, kids. Just the worst. The worst. Kids, I can tell you this. I don't know. I know like a ton of CEOs, and he's the worst. He sucks. If I know your spouse's name, you're on the shit list. You are so shitty, Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg. You are so shitty. Mark Zuckerberg. 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 He's the worst. Zuckerberg is the worst. Look at this athleticism, folks. Just the worst. This is the worst. Sucks. Look at this move. You will not be able to reconnect. Okay, done. The worst. This is the worst. Zuckerberg. Guaranteed this thing crashed. Just 27 minutes. Psych, bitch. Maybe they fixed it. No, look at that one suck. This is the worst. The worst. Bratwurst, it's the worst. It is the worst. This one time, I was like, oh, I wonder if this could get any worse. Psych, bitch. It was the worst. This is the worst. Look at this move. Man, I got a Dobbin, and Dobbining sucks. It's the worst. There's nothing worse than Dobbining on Shibuya. Thankfully, it's not Shibuya. It's like, who knows? It could be, actually. Oh, it's the worst. This is the worst. Just absolutely terrible. Terrible. Zuckerberg sucks. What the fuck is this shit? This is the worst. Kids, this one time, I was like, oh, God, this might be great. Psych, bitch, the worst. The absolute worst. Worse. Zuckerberg. You're the worst, and everybody hates you. Zuckerberg, you terrible. What in the fuck is this shit? Little dog. There are a ton of people in the thing. Psych. Yo. What in the fuck, dog? Look at this move. Kids, let's talk to you about moves. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is the worst. Blox Fruits. Whatever the fuck that is. I don't like the name of this chat. But these people are nice tonight. I have to piss. I kind of might have to shit. It would be like we could judge it from here. It'd be like a AA4. That tells you that it would be kind of solid and just like a basic normal shit. Oh, it's Dobbin and it sucks. It's the worst. What is going on here? What's going on with this? Pardon me. I have cataracts in my often. Oh, there you go. That was really good. That was very athletic. Maybe like a 99 agility. At least a 98. You have a potential 6-star here, bro. Really? Dog, this is the worst. Zuckerberg sucks. This is the worst. All right, kid, you did everything you needed to do. Except one thing. The worst thing ever. Kids, when I was in third grade, I wanted to do a project on. We had to do a project on an inventor, and I wanted to do it on Walt Disney. And I was in third grade. And I didn't really know who invented cartoons. I just wanted whatever that was, and that was other people. So he didn't invent like animation or anything. And I don't know if this is exactly right. It was something like this though. One of the teachers was like, whatever, let him do cartoons. Another teacher was like, no, that isn't an invention of Walt Disney. You got to do something from the person. So it's like, okay, I'll do. I wanted to do Walt Disney, and I don't know. I think I asked my mom, and she said, well, I don't really know what he invented. I would have said he popularized animation, which is true, but he didn't invent it. So I think we went. I don't know. I could be wrong. And there weren't books about him. I mean, really, like very, very few. And I think we went to the library. This is pre-internet, and we were able to find a book somewhere. And the librarian helped us, and we found out he invented this camera. Or he's credited with the invention of this one certain kind of camera with like using these cells, and it's actually pretty wild. But then I was able to have him as my inventor. There you go. How do you like that story, folks? One of the best stories in the history of mankind. Perhaps. This is the worst, though. You were telling stories. This one is the worst. Worst story Ever. No one is in karaoke. You have 2 subs and 202 videos, right? Yeah, that's probably pretty accurate. Really? I didn't even know I had 2 subscribers, so thanks. All right, let's see how this fantasy team's doing, big dog. I have a 93% chance at winning. Good job, Jalen Hurts. Tyreek Hill. Oh shit. Pickens is out. Dude, and his quarterback gets hurt? What the fuck happened here? Dude, no one wants that fantasy. Stats. 2 interceptions. Man, my team was so good coming into the year. We just ran into a freight train. Play points against is just a bitch. Oh shit. This cup has split. All right, Zuckerberg. What else you have to say? I don't like people
that's here
being
to
mean
stay.
to me on my fucking platform. Douche.
But I think that there's value in both, right? It's not.
There's only value in kicking
I wouldn't
ass
want
and
to
taking
run
names.
a fully
Well, I
remote
guess I did.
company.
Kicking ass.
Yet,
Taking
I
names.
think there's an
Whatever.
asterisk on that, which is that
some of the other stuff you're working on.
yeah, exactly. It's like all the metaverse work and the ability to feel like you're truly present, no matter where you are. I think once you have that all dialed in, then we may one day reach a point where it really just doesn't matter as much where you are physically. But I don't know. Today it still does, right? So yeah, for people there are all these people who have special skills and want to live in a place where we don't have an office. Are we better off having them at the company? Absolutely, right? And are a lot of people who work at the company for several years and then build up the relationships internally, and kind of have the trust and have a sense of how the company works? Can they go work remotely now if they want and still do it as effectively and we've done all these studies that show it's like, okay, does that affect their performance? It does not. But for the new folks who are joining, and for people who are earlier in their career and need to learn how to solve certain problems and need to get ramped up on the culture, when you're working through really complicated problems where you don't just want to sit you don't just want the formal meeting, but you want to be able to like brainstorm when you're walking in the hallway together after the meeting. I don't know. It's like we just haven't replaced the kind of in-person dynamics there yet with anything remote yet. So
yeah, there's a magic to the in-person that we'll talk about this a little bit more, but I'm really excited by the possibilities of the next 2 years in virtual reality and mixed reality that are possible with high-resolution scans. I mean, I, as a person who loves in-person interaction, like do these podcasts in person, it would be incredible to achieve the level of realism I've gotten a chance to witness. But let me ask about that.
Yeah,
I got a chance to look at the Quest 3 headset, and it is amazing. You've announced it. It's you'll give some more details in the fall. Maybe release in the fall. When is it getting released again? I forgot. You mentioned it.
We'll give more details, but it's coming. It's coming this fall.
Okay. So it's priced at $499. What features are you most excited about there?
There are basically two big new things that we've added to Quest 3 over Quest 2. The first is high resolution mixed reality. And the basic idea here is that you can think about virtual reality as you have the headset and like all the pixels are virtual and you're basically like immersed in a different world. Mixed reality is where you see the physical world around you and you can place virtual objects in it, whether that's a screen to watch a movie or a projection of your virtual desktop, or you're playing a game where like zombies are coming out through the wall and you need to shoot them. Or we're playing Dungeons and Dragons or some board game and we just have a virtual version of the board in front of us while we're sitting here. All that's possible in mixed reality. And I think that is going to be the next big capability on top of virtual reality.
It is done so well. I have to say, as a person who experienced it today with zombies, having a full awareness of the environment and integrating that environment in the way they run at you while they try to kill you. It's just the mixed reality, the pass through is really, really, really well done. And the fact that it's only $500 is really well done.
Thank you. I mean, I'm super excited about it. I mean, we put a lot of work into making the device both as good as possible and as affordable as possible, because a big part of our mission and ethos here is we want people to be able to connect with each other. We want to reach and we want to serve a lot of people, right? We want to bring this technology to everyone, right? So we're not just trying to serve like an elite, a wealthy crowd. We want to we really want this to be accessible. So that is in a lot of ways an extremely hard technical problem, because we don't just have the ability to put an unlimited amount of hardware in this. We needed to basically deliver something that works really well, but in an affordable package. And we started with Quest Pro last year. It was it's virtual reality titles and everything that existed there. So people who want to play fully immersive games, social experiences, fitness, all that stuff will work. But now you'll also get mixed reality too, which I think people really like, because it's sometimes you want to be super immersed in a game, but a lot of the time, especially when you're moving around, if you're active, like you're doing some fitness experience, let's say you're like doing boxing or something, it's like you kind of want to be able to see them around you, so that way that like I'm not going to punch a lamp or something like that. And I don't know if you got to play with this experience, but we basically have it's just sort of like a fun little demo that we put together. But it's like you just we're like in a conference room or your living room, and you have the guy there, and you're boxing him and you're fighting him, and it's like
all the other people are there too. I got a chance to do that.
Yeah,
and all the people are there. It's like that guy's right there.
Yeah, Just like it's right in the room.
And the other human, the path,
Yeah.
you're seeing them also. They can cheer you on. They can make fun of you
Yeah.
if they're anything like friends of mine. And then just it's really, it's a really compelling experience. I mean, VR is really interesting too, but this is something else almost. This becomes integrated into your life, into your world.
Yeah, so I think it's a completely new capability that will unlock a lot of different content. And I think it'll also just make the experience more comfortable for a set of people who didn't want to have only fully immersive experiences. I think if you want experiences where you're grounded in, your living room and the physical world around you, now you'll be able to have that too. And I think that's pretty exciting.
I really liked how it added windows to a room with no windows.
Yeah.
Me as a person.
Did you see the aquarium one where you could see the shark swim up, or was that just the zombie one?
Just the zombie one, but it's still outside.
You don't necessarily want rooms added to your living room where zombies come out of, but in the context of that game, it's
I enjoyed it because you could see the nature outside. And me as a person that doesn't have windows, it's just nice to have nature.
Yeah. Well,
even if it's a mixed reality setting, it's kind of, like I know it's a zombie game, but there's a Zen aspect to being able to look outside and alter your environment as you know it.
Yeah.
There
would probably be better, more Zen ways to do that than the zombie game you're describing. But you're right that the basic idea of sort of having your physical environment on pass through, but then being able to bring in different elements external. I mean, I think it's going to be super powerful. And in some ways, I think that these are mixed reality is also a predecessor to eventually we will get AR glasses that are not kind of the goggles form factor of the current generation of headsets that people are making. But I think a lot of the experiences that developers are making for mixed reality of basically you just have a kind of a hologram that you're putting in the world will hopefully apply once we get the AR glasses too. Now that's got its own whole set of challenges, and it's
well, the headset's already smaller than the previous version.
Oh yeah, so it's 40% thinner. And the other thing that I think is good about it, so mixed reality was the first big thing. The second is it's just a great VR headset. It's got 2x the graphics processing power, 40% sharper screens, 40% thinner, more comfortable, better strap architecture, all this stuff that, if you liked Quest 2, I think that this is just going to be, it's like all the content that you might have played in Quest 2 is just going to be sharper automatically and look better in this. So it's, I think people are really going to like it. Yeah. So this fall.
This fall, I have to ask, Apple just announced a mixed reality headset called Vision Pro for $3,500, available in early 2024. What do you think about this headset?
Well, I saw the materials when they launched. I haven't gotten a chance to play with it yet, so kind of take everything with a grain of salt. But a few high-level thoughts. I mean, first, I do think that this is a certain level of validation for the category, right? Where we were the primary folks out there before saying, "Hey, I think that this." Virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, this is going to be a big part of the next computing platform. I think having Apple come in and share that vision will make a lot of people who are fans of their products really consider that. And then, of course, the $3,500 price, on the one hand, I get it with all the stuff that they're trying to pack in there. On the other hand, a lot of people aren't going to find that to be affordable. So I think that there's a chance that them coming in actually increases demand for the overall space, and that Quest 3 is actually the primary beneficiary of that, because a lot of the people who might say, hey, this, I think I'm going to give another consideration to this, or, now I understand maybe what mixed reality is more, and Quest 3 is the best one on the market that I can afford, and it's great also, right? I think that's and in our own way, I think there are a lot of features that we have where we're leading on, so I think that I think is going to be that could be quite good, and then obviously over time the companies are just focused on somewhat different things, right? Apple has always I think focused on building really kind of high-end things, whereas our focus has been on, we have a more democratic ethos. We want to build things that are accessible to a wider number of people. We've sold tens of millions of Quest devices. My understanding, just based on rumors, I don't have any special knowledge on this, is that Apple is building about 1 million of their device, right? So just in terms of like what you kind of expect in terms of sales numbers, I just think that this is, Quest is going to be the primary thing that people in the market will continue using for the foreseeable future. And then obviously over the long term, it's up to the companies to see how well we each execute at the different things that we're doing. But we kind of come at it from different places. We're very focused on social interaction, communication, being more active, right? So there's fitness, there's gaming, there are those things. Whereas I think a lot of the use cases that you saw in Apple's launch material were more around people sitting, people looking at screens, which are great. I think that you will replace your laptop over time with a headset. But I think in terms of kind of how the different use cases that the companies are going after, they're a bit different for where we are right now.
Yeah, so their gaming wasn't a big part of the presentation, which is interesting. It feels like mixed reality gaming is such a big part of that. It was interesting to see it missing in the presentation.
Well, I mean, look, there are certain design trade-offs in this where, I think they made this point about not wanting to have controllers, which on the one hand, there's a certain elegance about just being able to navigate the system with eye gaze and hand tracking. And by the way, you'll be able to just navigate Quest with your hands too, if that's what you want.
One of the things I should mention is that the capability from the cameras to with computer vision to detect certain aspects of the hand, allowing you to have a controller that doesn't have that ring thing.
Yeah, the hand tracking in Quest 3 and the controller
really nice.
Tracking is a big step up from the last generation. And one of the demos that we have is basically an MR experience teaching you how to play piano, where it basically highlights the notes that you need to play, and it's like it's hands, it's no controllers. Mm-hmm. But I think if you care about gaming, having a controller allows you to have a more feel and allows you to capture fine motor movement much more precisely than what you can do with hands without something that you're touching. So again, I think there are certain questions which are just around what use cases are you optimizing for. Mm-hmm. I think if you want to play games, then I think then I think you want to design the system in a different way, and we're more focused on kind of social experiences, entertainment experiences. Whereas if what you want is to make sure that the text that you read on a screen is as crisp as possible, then you need to make the design and cost trade-offs that they made that lead you to making a $3,500 device. So I think that there is a use case for that for sure, but I just think that the companies, we've basically made different design trade-offs to get to the use cases that we're trying to serve.
There's a lot of other stuff I would love to talk to you about the metaverse, especially the Kodak Avatar, which I've gotten to experience a lot of different variations of recently that I'm really, really excited about.
I'm excited to talk about that too.
I'll have to wait a little bit because, I think there's a lot more to show off in that regard. But let me step back to AI. I think we've mentioned it a little bit, but I'd like to linger on this question that folks like Eliezer Yudkowsky has to worry about, and others, of the existential, the serious threats of AI that have been reinvigorated now with the rapid developments of AI systems. Do you worry about the existential risks of AI as Eliezer does, about the alignment problem, about this getting out of hand?
Anytime where there's a number of serious people who are raising a concern that is that existential about something that you're involved with, I think you have to think about it, right? So I've spent quite a bit of time thinking about it from that perspective. the thing that where I basically have come out on this for now is I do think that there are, over time, I think that we need to think about this even more as we approach something that could be closer to superintelligence. I just think it's pretty clear to anyone working on these projects today that we're not there. And one of my concerns is that we spent a fair amount of time on this before, but there are more. I don't know if mundane is the right word, but there's like concerns that already exist, right? About like people using AI tools to do harmful things of the type that we're already aware, whether, we talked about fraud or scams or different things like that. And that's going to be a pretty big set of challenges that the companies working on this are going to need to grapple with, regardless of whether there is an existential concern as well at some point down the road. So I do worry that to some degree people can get a little too focused on some of the tail risk and then not do as good of a job as we need to on the things that can be almost certain are going to come down the pipe as real risks that kind of manifest themselves in the near term. So for me, I've spent most of my time on that once I kind of made the realization that the size of models that we're talking about now in terms of what we're building are just quite far from the superintelligence type concerns that people raise. But I think once we get a couple steps closer to that, I know as we do get closer, I think that those, there are going to be some novel risks and issues about how we make sure that the systems are safe, for sure. I guess here, just to take the conversation in a somewhat different direction, I think in some of these debates around safety, I think the concepts of intelligence and autonomy, or like the being of the thing, as an analogy, they get kind of conflated together. And I think it very well could be the case that you can make something and scale intelligence quite far, but that may not manifest the safety concerns that people are saying, in the sense that, just if you look at human biology, it's like, all right, we have our neocortexes where all the thinking happens, right? And it's not really calling the shots at the end of the day. We have a much more primitive old brain structure, for which our neocortex, which is this powerful machinery, is basically just a kind of prediction and reasoning engine to help it kind of, like our very simple brain, decide how to plan and do what it needs to do in order to achieve these like very kind of basic impulses. And I think that you can think about some of the development of intelligence along the same lines, where just like our neocortex doesn't have free will or autonomy, we might develop these wildly intelligent systems that are much more intelligent than our neocortex, have much more capacity, but are the same way that our neocortex is sort of subservient and is used as a tool by our kind of simple impulse brain. It's I think that it's not out of the question that very intelligent systems that have the capacity to think will kind of act as that is sort of an extension of the neocortex doing that. So I think my own view is that where we really need to be careful is on the development of autonomy and how we think about that. Because it's actually the case that relatively simple and unintelligent things that have runaway autonomy and just spread themselves, or it's like, we have a word for that, it's a virus, right? It can be simple computer code that is not particularly intelligent but just spreads itself and does a lot of harm, biologically or computer. And I just think that these are somewhat separable things. And a lot of what I think we need to develop when people talk about safety and responsibility is really the governance on the autonomy that can be. If I were, a policymaker or thinking about this, I would really want to think about that distinction between these, where I think building intelligent systems can create a huge advance in terms of people's quality of life and productivity growth in the economy. but it's the autonomy part of this that I think we really need to make progress on how to govern these things responsibly before we build the capacity for them to make a lot of decisions on their own, or give them goals or things like that. And I know that's a research problem, but I do think that to some degree these are somewhat separable things.
I love the distinction between intelligence and autonomy, and the metaphor with the neocortex. Let me ask about power. So building super intelligent systems, even if it's not in the near term, I think Meta is one of the few companies, if not the main company, that will develop the super intelligent system. And you building AGI might make you the most powerful man in the world. Do you worry that that power will corrupt you?
What a question. I mean, look, I think realistically, this gets back to the open source things that we talked about before, which is I don't think that the world will be best served by any small number of organizations having this without it being something that is more broadly available. And I think if you look through history, it's when there are these sort of like unipolar advances and things that, and like power imbalances, that they're doing to being kind of weird situations. So this is one of the reasons why I think open source is generally the right approach. And I think it's a categorically different question today when we're not close to superintelligence. I think that there's a good chance that even once we get closer to superintelligence, open sourcing remains the right approach, even though I think at that point it's a somewhat different debate. But I think part of that is that is, I think one of the best ways to ensure that the system is as secure and safe as possible. Because it's not just about a lot of people having access to it, it's the scrutiny that kind of comes with with building an open source system. But I think the pretty widely accepted thing about open source is that you have the code out there, so anyone can see the vulnerabilities. Anyone can kind of mess with it in different ways. People can spin off their own projects and experiment in a ton of different ways. And the net result of all of that is that the systems just get hardened and get to be a lot safer and more secure. So I think that there's a chance that ends up being the way that this goes too, a pretty good chance, and that having this be open both leads to a healthier development of the technology and also leads to a more balanced distribution of the technology in a way that strike me as good values to aspire to.
So to you, there's risks to open sourcing, but the benefits outweigh the risks. At the two, it's interesting, I think, the way you put it well, that there's a different discussion now than when we get closer to the to development of superintelligence of the benefits and risks of open sourcing.
Yeah, and to be clear, I feel quite confident in the assessment that open sourcing models now is net positive. I think there's a good argument that in the future it will be too, even as you get closer to superintelligence, but I certainly have not decided on that yet, and I think that it becomes a somewhat more complex set of questions that I think people will have time to debate and will also be informed by what happens between now and then and to make those decisions. We don't have to necessarily just debate that in theory right now.
What year do you think we'll have a superintelligence?
I don't know. I mean, that's pure speculation. I think it's I think it's very clear, just taking a step back, that we had a big breakthrough in the last year,
yes,
right, where the LLMs and diffusion models basically reached a scale where they're able to do some pretty interesting things. And then I think the question is what happens from here. And just to paint the two extremes, on the on one side, it's like, okay, well, we just had one breakthrough. If we just have like another breakthrough like that, or maybe two, then we could have something that's truly crazy, right? And is just like so much more advanced. And on that side of the argument, it's like, okay, well, maybe we're only a couple of big steps away from from reaching something that looks more like general intelligence. Okay, that's one side of the argument. And the other side, which is what we've historically seen a lot more, is that a breakthrough leads to, in that Gartner hype cycle, there's like the hype, and then there's the trough of disillusionment after, when like people think that there's a chance that, hey, okay, there's a big breakthrough, maybe we're about to get another big breakthrough, and it's like, actually, you're not about to get another breakthrough. You're actually just gonna have to sit with this one for a while, and it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years, it could be 15 years until you figure out the kind of the next big thing that needs to get figured out. And but I think that the fact that we just had this breakthrough sort of makes it so that we're at a point of almost a very wide error bars on what happens next.
Yeah.
I think the traditional technical view, or like looking at the industry, would suggest that we're not just going to stack, like breakthrough on top of breakthrough on top of breakthrough, like every 6 months or something. Right now, I think it will. I would guess that it will take somewhat longer in between these. I don't know.
Well, but
I tend to be pretty optimistic about breakthroughs too. So I think if you normalized for my normal optimism, then maybe it would be even slower than what I'm saying. But even within that, like I'm not even opining on the question of how many breakthroughs are required to get to general intelligence, because no one knows.
But this particular breakthrough was such a small step that resulted in such a big leap in performance as experienced by human beings, that it makes you think, wow, as we stumble across this very open world of research, will we stumble across another thing that will have a giant leap in performance? And also, we don't know exactly at which stage is it really going to be impressive, because it feels like it's really encroaching on impressive levels of intelligence. You still didn't answer the question of what year we're going to have superintelligence. I'd like to hold you to that. No, I'm just kidding. But is there something you could say about the timeline as you think about the development of AGI, superintelligence systems?
Sure. So I still don't think I have any particular insight on when like a singular AI system that is a general intelligence will get created. But I think the one thing that most people in the discourse that I've seen about it really grappled with is that we do seem to have organizations and structures in the world that exhibit greater than human intelligence already. So one example is a company. It acts as an entity. It has a singular brand. Obviously, it's a collection of people, but I certainly hope that Meta, with tens of thousands of people, makes smarter decisions than one person. But I think that would be pretty bad if it didn't. Another example that I think is even more removed from kind of the way we think about like the personification of intelligence, which is often implied in some of these questions, is think about something like the stock market. Right, the stock market is takes inputs. It's a distributed system. It's like the cybernetic organism that probably millions of people around the world are basically voting every day by choosing what to invest in. But it's basically this organism or structure that is smarter than any individual that we use to allocate capital as efficiently as possible around the world. And I do think that this notion that there are already these cybernetic systems that are either melding the intelligence of multiple people together or melding the intelligence of multiple people and technology together to form something which is dramatically more intelligent than any individual in the world, is something that seems to exist and that we seem to be able to harness in a productive way for our society, as long as we basically build these structures in balance with each other. So I don't know. I mean, that at least gives me hope that as we advance the technology, and I don't know how long exactly it's going to be, but you asked when is this going to exist? I think to some degree we already have many organizations in the world that are smarter than a single human. And that seems to be something that is generally productive in advancing humanity.
And somehow the individual AI systems empower the individual humans and the interaction between those humans to make that collective intelligence machinery that you're referring to smarter. So it's not like AI is becoming super intelligent. It's just becoming the engine that's making the collective intelligence is primarily human more intelligent.
Yeah,
it's educating the humans better. It's making them better informed. It's making it more efficient for them to communicate effectively and debate ideas. And through that process, just making the whole collective intelligence more and more and more intelligent. Maybe faster than the individual AI systems that are trained on human data anyway are becoming. Maybe the collective intelligence of the human species might outpace the development of AI. Just like
I think there is a balance in here, because I mean, if like, you know, if a lot of the input that the systems are being trained on is basically coming from feedback from people, then a lot of the development does need to happen in human time, right? It's not like a machine will learn all the stuff about how people think about stuff. There's a cycle to how this needs to work.
This is an exciting world we're living in, and that you're at the forefront of developing. One of the ways you keep yourself humble, like we mentioned with jiu-jitsu, is doing some really difficult challenges, mental and physical. One of those you've done very recently is the Murph Challenge. And you got a really good time. It's 100 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, 300 squats, and a mile before and a mile run after. You got under 40 minutes on that. What was the hardest part? I think a lot of people were very impressed. It's a very impressive time.
Yeah, I was.
How crazy are you?
It was
the question I'm asking. But
wasn't my best time, but anything under 40 minutes, I'm happy with.
Yeah. It wasn't your best time.
Nah, I think I've done it a little faster before, but not much. I mean, it's and of my friends, I did not win on Memorial Day. One of my friends did it actually several minutes faster than me. But just to clear up one thing that I think was, I saw a bunch of questions about this on the internet. There are multiple ways to do the Murph Challenge. There's a kind of partitioned mode where you do sets of pull-ups, push-ups, and squats together. And then there's unpartitioned where you do the 100 pull-ups and then the 200 push-ups and then the 300 squats in serial. And obviously if you're doing them unpartitioned, then it takes longer to get through the 100 pull-ups, because anytime you're resting in between the pull-ups, you're not also doing push-ups and squats. So my I'm sure my unpartitioned time would be quite a bit slower, but no, I think at the end of this, I don't know, first of all, I think it's a good way to honor Memorial Day, right? It's Lieutenant Murphy, basically, this was one of his favorite exercises, and I just try to do it on Memorial Day each year, and it's a good workout. I got my older daughters to do it with me this time. My oldest daughter wants a weight vest because she sees me doing it with a weight vest. I don't know if a 7-year-old should be using a weight vest to do pull-ups, but a difficult question a parent must ask themselves. Yes, I was like, maybe I can make you a very lightweight vest, but I don't think it was good for this. So she basically did a quarter Murph. So she ran a quarter mile, and then did 25 pull-ups, 50 push-ups, and 75 air squats. Then ran another quarter mile, and in 15 minutes, which I was pretty impressed by. And my 5-year-old too. So I was excited about that, and I'm glad that I'm teaching them kind of the value of physicality. Right? I think a good day for Max, my daughter, is when she gets to go to the gym with me and cranks out a bunch of pull-ups, and I love that about her. I mean, I think it's good. She's hopefully I'm teaching her some good lessons. But I mean, the broader question here is, given how busy you are, given how much stuff you have going on in your life, what's the perfect exercise regimen for you to keep yourself happy, to keep yourself productive in your main line of work? Yeah, so I mean, I'm focused most of my workouts on fighting. So jujitsu and MMA, but I don't know. I mean, maybe if you're a professional, you can do that every day. I can't. I just get, it's too many bruises and things that you need to recover from. So I do that, 3 to 4 times a week, and then the other days, I just try to do a mix of things, like just cardio, conditioning, strength building, mobility.
So you try to do something physical every day.
Yeah, I try to, unless I'm just so tired that I just need to relax. But then I'll still try to go for a walk or something. I mean, even here, I don't know. I mean, have you been on the roof here yet?
No.
We'll go on the roof after this.
Things.
But it's like, we designed this building, and I put a park on it, so that way that's like my meetings when I'm just doing kind of a one-on-one or talking to a couple of people. I have a very hard time just sitting. I feel like you get super stiff. It feels really bad. But I don't know. Being physical is very important to me. I think it's. I do not believe this gets to the question about AI. I don't think that a being is just a mind. I think we're kind of meant to do things, and physically, and a lot of the sensations that we feel are connected to that. And I think that that's a lot of what makes you a human, is basically, having that set of sensations and experiences around that, coupled with a mind to reason about them. But I don't know. I think it's important for balance to kind of get out, challenge yourself in different ways, learn different skills, clear your mind.
Do you think AI, in order to become super intelligent, an AGI should have a body?
It depends on what the goal is. I think that there's this assumption in that question that intelligence should be kind of person-like, whereas as we were just talking about, you can have these greater than single human intelligent organisms like the stock market, which obviously do not have bodies and do not speak a language, right? And and just kind of have their own system. But so I don't know. My guess is there will be limits to what a system that is purely an intelligence can understand about the human condition without having the same, not just senses, but our bodies change as we get older, right? And we kind of evolve, and I think that those very subtle physical changes just drive a lot of social patterns and behavior around when you choose to have kids, right? Just all these, that's not even subtle. That's a major one, right? But how you design things around the house. So yeah, I mean, I think if the goal is to understand people as much as possible, I think that's trying to model those sensations is probably somewhat important, but I think that there's a lot of value that can be created by having intelligence, even that is separate from that, is a separate thing.
So one of the features of being human is that we're mortal, we die. We've talked about AI a lot, about potentially replicas of ourselves. Do you think there will be AI replicas of you and me that persist long after we're gone, that family and loved ones can talk to?
I think we'll have the capacity to do something like that. And I think one of the big questions that we've had to struggle with in the context of social networks is who gets to make that. And my answer to that, in the context of the work that we're doing, is that should be your choice. Right? I don't think anyone should be able to choose to make a Lex bot that people can choose to talk to and get to train that.
Yeah.
And we have this precedent of making some of these calls where, I mean, someone can create a page for a Lex fan club, but you can't create a page and say that you're Lex, right? So I think that this similarly, maybe someone maybe should be able to make an AI that's a Lex admirer that someone can talk to, but I think it should ultimately be your call whether there is a Lex AI.
Well, I'm open sourcing the Lex. So you're a man of faith. what role has faith played in your life, in your understanding of the world, in your understanding of your own life, in your understanding of your work, and how your work impacts the world?
Yeah, I think that there's a few different parts of this that are relevant. There's sort of a philosophical part and there's a cultural part. And one of the most basic lessons is right at the beginning of Genesis, right? It's like God creates the earth and creates people in God's image. And there's the question of, what does that mean? And the only context that you have about God at that point in the Old Testament is that God has created things. So I always thought that like one of the interesting lessons from that is that there's a virtue in creating things that is like, whether it's artistic or whether you're building things that are functionally useful for other people. I think that by itself is a good. And that kind of drives a lot of how I think about morality and my personal philosophy around like what is a good life, right? I think it's one where you're helping the people around you and you're being a kind of positive, creative force in the world that is helping to bring new things into the world, whether they're amazing other people, kids, or
Your children hate
or
you.
just leading to the creation of
They
different
hate you
things
more
that
than I
wouldn't be
hate
possible otherwise. And so that's a value for me that matters deeply. And I just love spending time with the kids and seeing that they sort of trying to impart this value to them. And it's like, nothing makes me happier than like when I come home from work and I see like my daughter's like building Legos on the table or something. It's like, all right, I did that when I was a kid, right? So many other people are doing this, and like I hope you don't lose that spirit where when you kind of grow up and you want to just continue building different things no matter what it is. To me, that's a lot of what matters. That's the philosophical piece. I think the cultural piece is just about community and values, and that part of things I think has just become a lot more important to me since I've had kids. It's almost autopilot when you're a kid. You're in the kind of getting imparted to phase of your life, but I didn't really think about religion that much for a while. I was in college, before I had kids, and then I think having kids has this way of really making you think about what traditions you want to impart, and how you want to celebrate, and like what balance you want in your life. And, a bunch of the questions that you've asked and a bunch of the things that we're talking about.
Just the irony of the curtains coming down as we're talking about mortality. Once again,
Yeah.
Same as last time. This is just that the universe works. We are definitely living in a simulation. But go ahead. Community, tradition, and values that faith and religion instills.
A lot of the topics that we've talked about today are around how do you balance, whether it's running a company or different responsibilities with this. How do you kind of balance that? And I always also just think that it's very grounding to just believe that there's something that is much bigger than you that is guiding things.
That, amongst other things, gives you a bit of humility. As you pursue that spirit of creating that you spoke to, creating beauty in the world. As Dostoevsky said, beauty will save the world. Mark, I'm a huge fan of yours. Honored to be able to call you a friend, and I'm looking forward to both kicking your ass and you kicking my ass on the mat tomorrow in jiu-jitsu. This incredible sport and art that we both participate in. Thank you so much for talking today. Thank you for everything you're doing in so many exciting realms of technology and human life. I can't wait to talk to you again in the metaverse.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation.
Finally,
with
this
Mark
asshole
Zuckerberg.
is done.
To support this
He's the
podcast,
worst
please
kid.
check out our sponsors in the
The
description.
worst.
And now,
Just
let me leave you with some words from Isaac Asimov.
Zuckerberg, you
It is
suck.
change continuing change, inevitable change. That is the dominant factor in society today. No sensible decision can be made any longer without taking into account not only the world as it is, but the world as it will be. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. You know who drank? It's Churchill.
That's my guy.
Yeah.
You know that's my guy, right?
So he did champagne.
You don't have to tell me
All
a
right.
thing about
All
Winston
right.
Churchill. I found out about his daily routine.
Yeah.
So his daily routine was a big breakfast, cigar, coffee, egg sunny side up, toast, bacon, sausage, tomato, beans, fruit, orange juice, soft scotch, cigar in bed, and he'd sit there for 3 hours. And then he'd get in the bathtub and drink champagne. And then he'd go to lunch and have some goose with more champagne. And then he'd take a nap. And I love that. So every year on the day of his death, I think it's January 24th, I celebrate Winston Churchill's life by living the way he did.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have breakfast in bed with the soft scotch, and I just party all day. That would be the guy to drink with.
The following is a conversation with Bert Kreischer, a stand-up comedian, podcaster, actor, and a man they call the Machine. I've been a fan of his comedy and podcast for many years, and I highly recommend you watch him on Birdcast, Two Bears, One Cave with Tom Segura, his cooking show called Something is Burning, and finally, the new movie that tells the story of the man, the legend, the machine. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bert Kreischer. I read somewhere that you like Ernest Hemingway.
Love him.
There's a quote, "There's nothing to writing. All you do is sit down at a typewriter and bleed."
This is Zuckerberg.
Do you agree with that?
I agree.
Oh, fuck.
I agree with that.
The only guy who's
It's
worse
I
than
can't write,
Zuckerberg.
I can't write stand up. I can't write a bit, but if I journal, I'll find something that I go, just write. The kind of writing where the pen's moving faster than your brain, and they're kind of doing it together. The thing I liked about Ernest Hemingway, this is so stupid.
Tolerate you?
I'm a little dyslexic, so I'm not a good reader. And so he wrote very simply.
You're just...
And it wasn't until after I read a bunch of Ernest Hemingway, I was working at Barnes & Noble, and this person said, "Don't you love his titles?" And I was like, "Yeah, Sun Also Rises." And they're like, "Yeah, but Sun Also Rises." And I was like, "Yeah, Sun Also Rises." And they're like, "No, the Sun Also Rises." And I went, "Oh.
How many fucking times?
Oh yeah, that is fucking badass." Yeah, and then I'm like always late to the party with anything, and then that night we were all doing coke, and it was like 5 a.m. We ended up on the roof of my apartment in Greenwich Village, and it's like I'm a sunset guy. I grew up in Florida, but sunrises in New York are electric blue, and I was like, the sun also rises.
Yeah, he was so good with just a handful of words.
Yeah.
The simplicity, the choice of words. Basically his process is carving down.
Write drunk, edit sober.
Right, drunk, edit sober.
Yeah, but he was good at like a small amount of words to get a point across. I'm the exact fucking opposite.
Well, he's also said the first draft of anything is always shit. Is that true for you?
I think so. It's the best one I have.
It goes downhill from there. But for you, editing is destroying the original.
The first time
Genius.
I tell it, it's perfect. It's perfect. It works. And then I go, great, and then I take it and I try to fix it and make it better and jazzier. I just joke and razzle dazzle about my daughters and I driving past this deaf child sign. And I just told it on stage. It just happened, and Louis was in the audience. He goes, "I love that joke." I said, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah," and I just told it. And I went, "Done." Louis C.K. says he likes him. It's in the special. And I tried to fucking razzle dazzle that joke into like a 15-minute bit. It got to the point where it was so bad that I told him, I did a podcast with him. I said, what did you like about that joke? Because I can't get it to work anymore. Because it was just simple. It was simple that your daughter didn't know how to figure out where deaf kids lived. I went, that's it? He's like, yeah. I was like, nothing about gun control? He was like, huh? I was like, oh, fuck, man. I really fucked that joke up. And then I had to go back to the beginning of it. But that first time, that's when the joke comes out purest for me. And then it's always chasing back to get that first telling. Some jokes are different. Like The Machine, obviously, was a much longer story. And Escape Room for this one. The longer stories take a little work. But the simple ones, like the deaf child in pajamas, and those first times are perfect.
What do you think is it about The Machine story that works? That was so captivating for people.
I don't know. I really wish I don't know. I think it's a good story. I think everyone has something similar that happened in their life where they had a crazy night and that no one believed, and they told their friends or they experienced that with a friend like that, and I think that's got to be it. I really don't know. I think there's a part of the like our community of comedy fans that were that early Death Squad that was fun to watch someone take something from the podcast and turn it into a bit on stage.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of that, but I think people identify with a wild, crazy night that got out of control that they've probably had too. I think. I don't fucking know.
You think Putin knows who you are because of that story?
I hope so. I fucking hope so. I hope so. But there's a part of me that you got to understand is like, I'm not. I say stuff like that. I'm sure there's someone hears that and they go, "Who is this fucking narcissist?" You're like, "No,
Right
that's not
here.
it. I'm just telling you the truth." Like, I understand what I'm supposed to say. I don't know. I don't know. That's hard to say. But I don't fucking give a shit about that guy. I'm not that guy. I'm telling you everything that comes out of my mouth. The second it comes out, I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't know any other way to live. I kind of hope so. That would be fucking cool. And I know I guess he's a bad dude. I don't follow politics, son. But it would be cool if, like, one day someone's like, he's on his computer and some guy goes, "Что это?" And he's like, "Я машина?" He's like, "Да? Конечно, пойдем." He's like, and it shows it to him, and then he's like, "Fucking this guy, huh?"
It's not out of the realm of possibility that Putin has watched it. And this podcast has kind of made me realize how small the world is. I've gotten to meet some incredibly
especially the people
interesting
you've
people.
met. Like that's the thing where I go,
let's see this fucking.
It's gotten really crazy. The internet's really insane, and Netflix is really insane, and the reach of like people that like this is really simple, but like I'm a big fan of the show Drink Champs. So I didn't think in a million years Nori would ever know who I was. And then he offered me to come do his podcast, and then when I got there, he told me he was a fan of mine, and I went, like, I remember moving to New York, listening to you and Capone. Like, I'm sitting there going, wow. Like, and the phone calls I've gotten since the movie came out and since Razzle Dazzle came out have been really insane when you realize as much as I know about people, and there's people I'm fans of that don't know who I am, that are like some pitcher in fucking Florida that I follow the kids. I it's fun to watch them pitch. There was a softball player in Tempe that she do catching drills, and I was really into softball with my daughter, and we watched her catching drills. There's a girl, Dee Glazer, who me and my daughters will watch her dance videos, and I hit her up. She's like, "You know who I am?" And you're like, "Oh yeah, that's the way the world works."
Thank you.
What world leader would you drink with if
join
you
this
could?
fucking thing.
You mentioned Putin.
Oh, you got a new
So
subscriber.
Putin doesn't drink much.
Yeah,
Zelensky
He
drinks
sucks. Just
some more,
Yeah.
but also not much.
Boris Yeltsin would have been good. He would have been a fucking good one. I mean, like I go, Hitler was a pussy. Like he drank wine with a spoonful of sugar in it.
You know who drank?
What?
Churchill.
That's my guy.
Yeah.
You know that's my guy, right?
No, I don't know. That's your guy. So he did champagne.
No, you don't have to tell me
All
a
right.
thing about
All
Winston
right.
Churchill. I found out about his daily routine.
Yeah.
So his daily routine was a big breakfast, cigar, coffee, eggs sunny side up, toast, bacon, sausage, tomato, beans, fruit, orange juice, soft scotch, cigar in bed, and he'd sit there for 3 hours. And he'd hold morning breakfast, and they'd come in and he'd run through his day, and then he'd get in the bathtub for fucking an hour and drink champagne, and then he'd go to lunch and have some goose or whatever the fuck they ate back then with more champagne, and then he'd take a nap, and like I love that. So every year on the day of his death, I think it's January 24th, I celebrate Winston Churchill's life by living the way he did, and so I have breakfast in bed with a soft scotch, and I just party all fucking day. That would be the guy to drink with. That would be the guy if you could pick anyone to drink with.
He drank every day throughout the day.
He lived like 94.
And was one of the most heroic figures in human history. Never surrender. I mean,
What a fucking badass saying. You know, he taught the queen. The queen was like a window licking idiot, right? Like she had a third grade education. So like her dad dies, and she's like 10 or 12 or whatever. The first thing they do is they pull her out of school. They're like, "You're done learning. You're just gonna be the queen. You gotta know this is what you need to learn. Don't let people make eye contact with you. Put your hand out like this. Don't let people touch you." So she had like a really. I saw by the way, I didn't do this research. I just watched The Crown. Okay, and Winston Churchill kind of taught her about world politics, and was like, they like come in and she'd be like,
Please have this be a whole
"Winston,
thing about how
what did we do in Africa?" And he's like, "Oh, this is gonna be a tough one." And so but Winston Churchill's the badass. But if I had to drink with someone living, like drink, there's a two obvious one. Like obviously it's fucking Kim Jong Un, right? You kind of want to.
he drinks.
No, he does. You think
What
my
the
IVs
fuck
are good
is
in the
this?
morning? You know, Kim Jong Un's IVs are next. You're like, I feel up. And he's like, it's amphetamine. He would be a badass to drink with.
I think
Like,
he drinks hard liquor.
I think
what
it's
I
Scott, Johnny Walker Blue. That's what I've heard.
I don't know where you heard this, but I like this.
Okay, so I say things like that, but then I'm sure I don't know if you ever partied with someone who just parties a little different than you, and then you notice like sometimes celebrity like athletes, and then like you're at a strip club, and they talk weird to a woman. You're like, oh, that's not me. I'm so sorry. So that'd be the thing. The atrocities would be hard to get past with them.
Not just the atrocity, but the way of being. I agree with you. I actually don't like drinking with rich and powerful people often. There's something weird about them.
Yeah.
Not all of them.
Mm-hmm. And I don't like a drinking meeting. Like when someone goes like
Drinking meeting.
like
What's that?
those people go like, hey, I'm taking you out tonight. We're drinking.
Yeah.
And then I go, oh, that's not the way I like to do it. It gives me anxiety. Like, our lives are very different.
You and I?
Yeah. Were you in a fraternity?
No. We could start there. No, I was not.
Okay.
And the differences continue from there, I'm sure.
So when you get your pledge pin,
Uh-huh.
they take you out, and their whole thing is we're getting you fucked up.
Yeah.
That energy is not my energy. I don't like that. Like I just go, why don't we just get drunk and feel really good about ourselves? Like I never took mushrooms to see Jesus. I just wanted to enjoy Rain-X on a windshield. Like so, like that for me is like one of my things. So if Kim Jong Un flew me to North Korea to drink with him, I'd be like, I'd have to start really getting blackout drunk on the plane to enjoy drinking with him that day.
What's your favorite, like, different occasions, what's your favorite drink? What's your favorite way of drinking?
I've got it varies.
So what are the different contexts here? It's like one-on-one.
One-on-one?
Like you sit down with, I don't know, Rogan invites you, like it's a Godfather, to sit down and finally have a talk about something.
It's going to be whiskey. It's going to be like a nice whiskey.
Meat?
No, I like it on the rocks. I like lots of rocks. It won't be something expensive because Rogan is not, he's not a fancy boy, you know? Like he's a real regular dude. He's a really regular dude. He's gotten less regular the more millions of dollars he has. I think there's parts of him where you're like,
Yeah.
where you're like, oh wow, we can do this.
Yeah.
But he's he'd be like Jack on the Rocks or like Buffalo Trace or one of the maybe the whiskey he's buying. Rogan would be whiskey, rocks, and then like that's a good. I haven't hung out with Joe by ourselves. I take that back. I was with him the other night, but like it would be cool. My times with Joe's are always on podcasts.
Yeah.
And I missed the times where you just have you and him at the store late night.
Yeah, I'm okay with podcasts. Like I used to think this is like performative or something like this, but it's not really.
No,
It's just a chance to really sit down.
I enjoy it because of the people I could never sit down with. Like David Cross. I would never sit down with David Cross because we don't run in the same circles. But it's nice he has something to promote. And then he comes to my house, and then we can sit down for an hour and talk. And then or Kevin Smith, like people I would never really hang out with. Tom, I enjoy being alone with Tom more.
Off mic. Tom Segura.
Yeah, we have a lot of history. There's a lot of things, secrets we know about each other, and there's a lot of secrets going on in each other's lives that I would never share on podcasts that I can talk to him about. And I really appreciate his. And I know this isn't on brand of us beating each other up, but like I really appreciate his insight as a dad and as a dude and as a son. But he makes me giggle harder than anyone. So doing a podcast is fun.
So there's something on a podcast that's performative for you with him, and then there's a part
With me and him, because we're trying to make each other laugh. But I'll tell you, if we're going back to drinks, I'll tell you, like a great afternoon drink is a Campari Spritz. It's one of my favorite drinks in the world.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh,
Party Spritz.
Campari is an interesting alcohol because I think it's a bitter, or it's a liqueur, and it's got a weird rooty, earthy taste. It's red, so it looks like Kool-Aid. That's why I got into it. I thought Campari on Ice would be oh so nice. It's an old commercial, but man, it's fucking like sucking the Green Giant's dick. It is earthy.
What's earthy?
It's like it tastes like roots. It's
Nice.
It's not. There's a bitterness and it's just not great. And then someone introduced me to a Negroni, which is Campari and gin and a little soda water, and then Campari Spritz. Campari Spritz is Campari, Prosecco, and soda water in like a wine glass, and it is so enjoyable. It's got so many different profiles to it, where you get the bitterness with the sweetness of the Prosecco, and then it flattens it out with the soda water, and it looks like Kool-Aid. So I love it. That's one of my favorite drinks.
To share in what context?
You're in Italy, and you've been walking around Venice, and everyone went their own ways, and the whole family comes back together, and you meet at a statue, and your wife's sweating, and she's uncomfortable, and your daughters are 16 and 18, and they're like, what are we doing with the rest of the day? And you go, hey guys, it's Europe. Does anyone want a Campari Spritz? And everyone goes, I don't know what that is. And you go, for Campari Spritz. Now, it's minor in alcohol, so it's not going to light them up, but it gives them a little bit of a buzz where they're like, yeah, these are nice. Isla didn't drink hers, so I drank hers. Georgia had hers. Leanne had hers, and we ordered another round. I ordered and they're fucking refreshing, and the buzz is perfect. It's not too much because it's just a little bit of champagne and some Campari. The buzz is perfect, and then a couple of them, and then they kind of disappear, and then you're just walking around again. That's a great fucking drink.
You ever drink alone? So there's two kinds of alone. One is alone like at a bar. There's other people, but there's strangers, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of like out there.
Keep going. Keep going. Walk me through all the alone, and then I'll tell you the rest.
There's all kinds of. There's alone on a train. We're transporting.
I'm dragging alone on a train. Yeah.
Plane. And then there's just alone in an empty home
or a hotel room.
And
it's Sunday night, and you're packing your bag, and you got a flight at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
But Roadhouse is on, and you're like, shit. So you go down to the front desk and go, is the bar still open? And they go, yeah, can I order some to take to my room? Sure. How about 6 Heinekens? 6 Heinekens? Yeah, my wife wanted one too. She's not up there. You murdered her. And you just say to yourself, I'm just getting 6 so that if I have 4, I just know I have 2 extra ones. And then you go through 6 and you're like, oh man, I'm not done yet. Dude, I've drank in every alone scenario you can possibly think of. I've drank alone in a helicopter with a dude who didn't know I was drinking. I was like, can I drink in here? And he was like, absolutely not. And then I poured it into a flask and opened it and drank it. And he's like, dude, we're in a fucking helicopter. You don't think I smell that? The best alone drinking you can ever do, in my opinion, and now we're getting into the weeds on it, is alone behind someone's back. What do you mean? Like when they don't know you're drinking, but you're drinking. Like Christmas shopping. And your wife says, all right, let's all split up. And you go, cool. And it's like 11 o'clock on a Sunday, and they just opened that bar by the elevator in the Beverly Center, and you just sneak over and you go, hey man, can I get a double Jack on the Rocks, Fox Rocks? And you're like, sure. And you just have it, and you just go, let's just, and then you're off. And then you're like, yeah, and then you just little sneak it, and then
You're buzzed and nobody knows.
and then your wife's like, "Hey, you've been drinking?" You're like, "Do I?" Yeah, I'm drinking by myself in a fucking mall
Yeah.
on Christmas. How sad do you think I am? And then you go, "Yeah, I am."
What about mood? Do you ever drink in a dark place?
So I had a chick break up, or a chick cheat on me when I came back from Russia, and she slept with my best friend, and I didn't know how to deal with the emotions I had. And my buddy Mike Osborne said, "I can tell you this: if you drink, they go away." And I went, "Okay." And that was the first and kind of last time I ever did that, because I did it. I've done it a couple times, but I try to avoid if there's emotion going to alcohol, like meaning not when it's anxiety, but like depression. I kind of sit in the depression or anxiety. I lean towards alcohol, like anxiety, like about flying or just like getting worked up over something. But with depression, I try to avoid alcohol and just sit in it, because I've gone there before. But anxiety is I land all the time.
But depression, heartbreak, all that, you just sit in the feeling.
Yeah. Heartbreak's a weird one for me. So like the last time I got my heart broken, Leanne dumped me. We were dating for like 4 months and she broke up with me. And my instinct was to have a drink. My friends went to this Middle Eastern restaurant, and I told them what was going on. And my buddy Corey's like, "Let's get a cocktail." And I was like, "I don't want one. I got to figure this out because I want this chick. And if I start drinking, I'll be like, fuck it." So I got to figure it out. Like I wonder, I'm going to find out my dad dies one day. Or my mom. But my dad will be the rough one. My mom will be equally as rough. My dad and I are really close. And I wonder if, I've thought about this a lot, if I'll have a drink dealing with that. Like I think about that a lot. I keep saying everything I get with my dad is extra. My dad had a 100% blockage in his widowmaker twice. And both times they saved his life. And he got a stint, I think 12 or 13 years ago. And then he just got a stint this last year. But so everything I get to do, I feel like is extra. And so, he was just at the premiere of my movie and he got to see that and he had a very emotional response. And I got that from him. And I was like, that's that little icing on the cake. I did, the arena in Tampa was the first time he ever saw me do stand-up. That was like a little extra. So all these things I'm getting with him are all extra. So I have, and he's 74. So yeah, that'll be a tough one.
Well, at the premiere, he was, proud?
Yeah, he came out, he was sobbing, crying. And he goes, "I've underestimated you your whole life." And I was like, "What?" And he was like, and he was shaking. He goes, "I just underestimated you. I didn't know you were this. I didn't do whatever." It was really hard to understand him, to be honest with you. I don't know totally what he said. He might have just not liked the movie.
I think you were hearing what you wanted to hear. What did you learn about life from your father?
It's not going to make sense. I feel like sometimes I'm like a professional fucking wrestler because all I care about is you come and see me do stand up. So whatever I got to do to get you there. But the number one thing, my one takeaway from that man's humility, and I've applied it in different ways throughout my career. On my 26th birthday, he gave me a really aggressive speech. I was hungover and I just thought he was going to say happy birthday. So I picked up the phone and I was like, "Hey," and he was like, "You are a tremendous piece of shit." And then he broke me off. "You have no humility. You have no this. You'll never succeed at anything. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to everyone around you. You're not doing what you're going after your dream. I broke you. I failed you as a father. This and that." I was like, "I thought you were going to wish me happy birthday." And so in that speech, he told me if I wanted something, I had to go at it and I had to go after it as hard as I could. And I had to do whatever I could do to achieve that. In this case, it was offering to do anything at the comedy club to get on stage. I told him, "Man, that's not how it works." And he said, "No, that's how it works for some poor kid from Harlem because that kid needs it." He goes, "You've grown up with privilege your whole life. You don't need it. You think you're going to be fine." And so I went and I ended up getting a job at the door, but it's humbling. It's really like, it made me feel uncomfortable. And so that humility it's the first time I really understood humility, and I've applied that in many respects in getting to be a paid regular at the Comedy Store. That happened late in life for me, which I think most people would give up and be like, fuck that. I'm already a touring comic. I'm on TV. I don't need that. But it's something I wanted, and I knew I wanted, so I just humbly went after it. And then I think I still apply it when it comes to selling tickets or selling a project to fans, or even to doing podcasts. I try to be as honest as I can about whatever I'm going through or whatever I'm dealing with. But when it comes to like selling things, I don't have a problem trying to make fun of myself or get in front of people so that they know that I have a show, because the thing I'm good at, the one thing I know I'm good at, stand up, and I say that humbly, but like I want them to come there. So like I've heard people make fun of me like before. They're like, yeah, I'm not some clown in a Speedo I'm a real comic. And I go, okay, but I want them at my shows, and you can be that guy and I'll be this guy.
Yeah, the clown in the Speedo.
Yeah, it's like, what are you gonna do? Funny people make fun of me for taking my shirt off. Like, I guess behind my back, no one ever does it to me. Like, no one would ever. Comics aren't that manly.
Yeah.
But I always go like, what do you care? What do you care?
And you love taking your shirt off?
More than anything.
You know, when something becomes meme and becomes super popular, it becomes easy to not love the thing anymore, to get tired of it. You still love it?
Well, more than anything. I like being shirtless more than having a shirt. I'm very uncomfortable in a shirt.
Yeah.
Like right now, and I have tactile issues. Like I have legit tactile issues. I'm most comfortable in stretchy jeans with a loose fitting belt, and then these shirts exactly. But I like more like a V-neck. I can feel this on my neck right now, and I can feel it on my arms. And so I'll sit a certain way because it just rubs me wrong. Yeah, I'm more comfortable shirtless. I can never wear what you're wearing.
Yeah, well, this is my shirtless. Each of us have to find our place in this world in terms of fashion.
I would love to be able to wear what you wear because it looks good.
It feels like an escape from convention.
Well, you or me?
Both of us.
Yeah.
Because nobody wears this unless you work security for somebody.
Yeah, but it looks good on you.
Does it? I don't know.
You know, I think people think, I don't know, like they say, like, what if you lose weight? You can't take your shirt off anymore? I go, no, if I can take my shirt off.
Yeah.
If I can out of your mind, I'm going to take my shirt off all the time.
You mentioned early on heartbreak after the Russia trip with a girl who slept with a friend. Let's go back to Hemingway quotes. The best way to find out if you can trust somebody is to trust them. So to go all in with the trust. I love Hemingway so much. Have you been betrayed in your life?
Yeah.
What do you think about trust?
It's an interesting question. I've been betrayed in my professional life a couple times by really close friends. And I'm not someone who can, like, I have a mantra that, I don't know if people have heard it or not, and I hate sharing it, but it's true. The mantra is, so you think I'm weak. Like, you think, like, that's my thing, because I feel like people take advantage of me, and I go, oh, so you think I'm weak. You forget, everyone that, like, and I'm naming the people that have betrayed me, I'm a larger man than all of them. And so that's what really fucks with me, is I go, so you think I'm weak? Like, where I grew up, when you do stuff, there was physical consequences. I grew up in Florida, like, I've been beaten up a bunch. I'm not saying I can fight, but, like, I'm not scared of getting beaten up. And the times that I've been betrayed, and even I know, even like by Ari, whichever, like, people see that drugging as a betrayal, and I did for a period, but it was only because it was Ari, and he was one of my best friends, and me and him had to work through that, because I couldn't not love him, like, I couldn't not have us, and it was really like a solid moment where both of us were like, that is how we should run this.
That's the interesting things with bands.
What are we thinking about?
We're
popular
gonna judge
rounds
this
that
at
split
at,
even.
this is
Yeah.
double A
Even though
ball.
it's clear
Maybe
that the contribution is not even.
Four?
It's
I
like
think
there's a
it's
fine man
pretty
and all stuff, but it's ultimately the right thing to do to say fuck you to the money for the most part and prioritize the feelings.
Yeah, especially because like I couldn't do it without him. He couldn't do it without me. We do it separately. We'll have guest bears on. Some will blow up, some won't. You can never figure it out, but when we're together, it does well. And so we need each other for it to work. And we've, like I said, we're on a handshake deal with two bears. No one likes that. But we're like, hey, to the point where he'll call me and go, yo, we have a deal to do this for X amount. Are you in? And I go, yeah. Well, I don't check the books. I don't need to. I know him. I just know him.
Yeah. What do you love most about Thompson?
We saw a gay couple one time.
This is a good start.
And there was one guy was in khakis and one guy was khaki. And he goes, me and Push? I go, oh, she's Python. He goes, and I'm khaki. He goes, I'll always be khaki. And sometimes I'll have a relationship where I'm the Python, but I'm usually a khaki.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I am a little bit of a lunatic. I'll tell you a moment that explains me and him that the world will never see. It was just a great moment. We got stem cells with Rogan one weekend.
Yeah.
And one day. And I'd had surgery in my arm, and Todd didn't want to do it. I was terrified. And Tom just said, just come out and meet up with us. Tom knew he was going to make me get them. And so I got them. And he, Joe's there. And so we're just all talking. Yeah. And I'm Porsche, so we're like right next to each other. And I just want to feel if it's swollen. And it is a little swollen because I just got an injection. And Tom's driving, and he's got his hand on the thing. He just puts his hand on my arm, and he goes, you're okay. I was like, and I felt okay. I was like, you're right. I'm okay. What the fuck am I doing? My brain's that brain.
Man, that guy got so much love in him.
Dude, he does. He has, he had a fantastic relationship with his dad. And I think whatever that dude did to create that in the fucking park, because he has so much love that he doesn't need reciprocated at all. Like he can just love, and then he didn't need to. He just was like, "Hey man, I had this bike. I thought you'd like it." And then of course I turned it into a fucking bit. And now we're upside down. I'm 120 upside down on a fucking race car that we can't make our money back on.
I love it. Who love most about Joe Rogan?
Oh, that dude. I could go on and on about Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is the most selfless individual I've ever met. He doesn't care if he has you on the podcast. He wants you to be the funniest person in the room. He wants you to be the smartest person in the room. Let me tell you something. Joe Rogan shine. He wants to put you over to his fans. That shit did not exist before he started doing his podcast. People didn't share you with their fans. No one was like, hey man, come on the road with me. They brought you on the road because they wanted you to suck. And they put you in bad scenarios. Joe Rogan wanted you to shine. He gave so many people beautiful career, gave them careers, gave them. Joe could have looked at his podcast as his thing. This is my thing. The funniest guy in the fucking room. I know some guys that have done that. It might be me. I might talk over people and not listen really well. Joe did the opposite. Now, look, I've tried to learn from Joe on my podcast and do the same. That guy, when you think about it, you name 10 of his friends, I bet 8 of them are doing arenas right now. Mm-hmm. They're all doing theaters. All his friends do theaters. All his friends do theaters. He is just, he won't accept this compliment. I tried paying it to him. I need to show you that I think about you because of you. I do arenas because of you. Without you in my life, a lot of these things maybe never would have happened. I never would have told the machine on stage. I would have never started a podcast. I wouldn't have 3 podcasts. All these things are things he didn't just take me to the water one time and give me a drink. He gave me a machete and he said, this is how I get to the water. You got to cut your own path, but just giving you a heads up, you can also use my path whenever you want. He is the most selfless individual. He will go down in history as one of the 10 most important people in stand-up comedy, without a doubt. He changed the game. It didn't exist like this before him. And he won't accept that compliment.
What was the gift you gave him?
I can't tell you.
Is it a dildo?
It was a dildo. It was a double-sided dildo. I go, hey, when you get free time, can we scissor fuck each other?
You're happily married for 19 years. So I think you're a good man to ask. How do you find love? How do you date in order to find a love of your life, a lifetime?
This is going to sound off. But for a lobster.
Yeah.
Like, and so I think what happens with a lot of guys, they're so busy and like, when you know, you know. When you know, you know. When you think I can't imagine a life without this person. That happened to me, and I can only say my experiences. I had Leanne, I loved her, and I didn't even realize it. And the second she dumped me, I went, oh no. Oh, I don't get to live a great life without her. She's the thing that's going to give me a great life. I knew it, undisputed. I went for a run, and she dumped me. I went to my shower. I cried. I went to Barnes & Noble. I bought Men Are From Venus, Women Are From Mars. I watched Fight Club in my closet.
Yeah.
I didn't drink. I drank a lot of NyQuil to sleep. And then I went for a hike in Runyon Canyon. I was running back down Outpost by Beneflex house. And the sun was setting. And I just said, hey, God, if you're listening, just give me this chick back. I'll never fuck it up. This is the one. I won't fuck it up. I won't cheat. I'm not going to be a bad dude. I want to have kids with her. I'll be there. I'll be a great fucking dude. I'll take her out on dates. Like, I'll love this chick. And I got home and she was in my room in a sundress. And I was like, oh, fuck you. I didn't know it was real.
Yeah.
I was like, shit, man. Give me like one more night. Let me get some strange tail real quick before I commit forever. And like, my assistant's with us. And someone goes, how do you find a good assistant? I go, when you know, you know. Like, people will show you who they are. I can tell you when we're closed. And he just said, hey, I got like 4 meals. I didn't know which one you want. So I got 4 different meals for you. I ordered them. They're up for yourself. He didn't even get himself dinner. He just got me 4 dinners. And I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
I did the same thing with my social media manager.
Well,
The way she was operating was, I was like, I feel like she's thinking about me. And we connected on so many levels. And I think it's got to be that thing when you know, you know. And it can be so simple as like a personal trainer or like a jiu-jitsu class or like just where you go, oh, I'm connecting right now.
But you have to allow yourself to notice that person.
I think you do. I mean, I think you have to put yourself out there and you have to be available for it. You know, that's the hardest part, is just being available for it. Because so many people just want to be dating. I just want to have someone in my life. I don't want to be bored. I don't want to. What if I die alone? I don't want to. I like. Just be available for it.
What is it? You said peeling the baby shrimp.
Yeah.
You could be having a lobster. Lobster's still a lot of work, I have to say.
Yeah, but it's lobster. So this is a fucking baby shrimp, or like. You ever get the ones in Brazil where you just go, fuck it, I'll eat the shell. I don't care anymore. Like, I'm so fucking hungry, you just handful of lobster like it's popcorn, or baby shrimp like it's popcorn. I've done that in Vietnam. I've done that where I just go, it's too much work.
So when you're in it, what's the secret to successful marriage? What do women want? By procreation.
How do you make love to a woman? I'll tell you how I do it.
Yeah.
I go down on her first. I'm happy right now. I know we're really happy. But I don't know if I ever did as good a job as she did. Like, she's always been a gangster. Like, did everything. Just does everything. She does it all. She does everything. Like, fucking everything. And she loves it. She just does it. And then she shows love for you by taking care of you. And so, like, I have a lot of times just been this, like, almost like step and repeat husband and to take a picture, like, hey, Monday, Tuesday. All right, I'm on the road Wednesday. Take care, guys. Or like Travel Channel, I'd live for 2 weeks at a time. I left for the movie for 3 months. So, like, I don't know that I've ever done a bang-up job. I buy it, like, I remember one time I was just like, I don't cheat on her. I don't hit her. I don't yell at her. I'm a pretty good fighter. I'm a really good fighter. Like I'm good at, like, going, like, hey, we're on the same team.
Oh, you mean de-escalation? I'm
really good at, like, I'm very accountable. I'm very self-correcting. Like, I'm really good at that. That was Mom. I'm giving you a heads up because I got really confused as a kid because my dad always made sure. And then as a kid, you're kind of fucked up. And you're like, well, how do I know if I'm wrong? And I think that raises. So I was really good with my girls, going like, yo, and then parenting Georgia taught me a lot about self-correcting.
Self-correcting was that?
My oldest, I parented like my dad parented, like just like raise your voice, get up to here. That's it. No, that doesn't. Fuck this. How come the dogs don't have goddamn leashes or collars on their necks? Georgia, I had to learn through therapy that if the consequence is here, and the highest it goes is here, then why the fuck wouldn't they lie and do everything? Because they go, well, I know what it's like to hear, but if you can vary your consequence with a child and find this does suck. I like this. I like where we talk. And he says, write 1,000 words on why driving around your kids in a car is bad.
So threaten extreme violence every once in a while, just to...
Yeah, let him know the dog can fucking bite.
Yeah.
The dog can bark, the dog can bite. But if you pet him on his belly, he'll wag its tail.
Yeah. Do you worry about being away too much? I mean, you're one of the most creative content pushers and creators.
Vacation is a bit.
Yeah.
Like we should go ziplining.
Yeah.
Well, Ida, why don't you do? What shoes are you wearing? It can definitely cannibalize your life. My wife's really good at going like no phones. The girls are really good. The girls, when I started Instagramming stuff, they started saying stuff like, "Dad hits mom," and I'm like, "Whoa, guys!" They're like, "No, put your phone away."
Yeah.
Dad molest boys, and I'm like, "Whoa, stop!"
Yeah. What are some secrets, words of wisdom you could say for how to be successful online and everything you've learned? You're kind of like the Mr. Beast, just innovating constantly in terms of how to promote stuff, in terms of how to present stuff across the different social media, across YouTube, podcasts, all that stuff.
I think the number one thing is don't be afraid to suck. No one sees the shit that sucks. Doesn't get views.
It just gets forgotten.
Yeah, it gets forgotten. The good stuff they remember, and then that's all they bring up. The stuff that sucks just goes away, and they're like, "Oh yeah, did you do that? I don't even think I saw that. Fuck it, who cares?"
Yeah.
It's like I watched. One of my favorite stories about this is a guy named Sean Patton. I was explaining Instagram stories to him and Ari and Mark Norman. And I was explaining that you can now sell tickets on Instagram stories. It was back when they swiped up instead of tap the button, swipe up. And they didn't understand it. And I said, let me show you. And I put up tickets for sale. And I said, hey guys, swipe up. And then I just showed them in 10 minutes, look, this is how many people swiped up. It was 145 people. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of people to buy tickets for a fucking comedy club. And they were like, whoa. And they're like, well, what do you do stories about? I go, fucking anything. Who gives a shit? 10 minutes to do an Instagram story, a cup of tea. Mm-hmm. He was making a cup of tea. And he was making it. And he kept going, hey, you got, okay, hold on. Let me. Yeah. I was filming him from the couch. Yeah. I was filming all these.
The whole thing, yeah.
I filmed every single one of my, like, 15 different stories of him trying to do that. I had 145,000 views on each story. Mm-hmm. He never posted it. And I was like, man, if he had just posted that one, he never posted anything in his stories. Yeah. That one, 145,000 people would have gone to his story to see that cup of tea being made and see which one he finally went with. And so sometimes I think the biggest mistake you can make is just not doing it. Just do it. Just post it. Turn the camera on. The idea will just turn the camera on and it'll come up. You'll figure it out.
You do multiple takes or no?
Maybe I do 3. Like, and I'm talking even like in the dance video I did, where I did the hip hop dance. I did 2 takes on that. Where I had the marching band come to my house, I did 2 takes on that. Once you start doing more takes, you lose the fun of it, I think. And favorite promo I've ever done is they added a second show in some city, and they added a second show like Friday and Saturday, and our third show. And I said, they just told me, I was like, fuck, I'm leaving like tomorrow. I need to sell tickets. So I said, real quick, girls, meet me outside. And Leanne's like, girls are doing homework. I go, take 5 seconds. I put on a Speedo. I got the American flag. I gave Isla the hose. I gave Leanne the leaf blower. And I gave Georgia the drone. And I just had Georgia drone it back to reveal the leaf blower and the mist you were seeing was coming from Isla and Leanne. Yes. I'm in a Speedo with my ass. My ass sells really good. Whatever my ass is on Instagram, fucking million views guaranteed. 1 million views.
Your ass.
And it's like people are like, I did the best one I did the other day was where I superimposed my ass on my front,
Mhm.
and it just looked beautiful.
Yeah.
No views.
Oh, so
I think
you?
it got reported.
Oh, I
It
see.
looked like a front vagina.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, I think so. But like, but yeah, my ass.
Ass cells.
I'm at a place right now where I'm promoting. I'll be promoting this movie. I'll promote the movie until it goes to a streamer. I'll be promoting it shamelessly. I'm proud of it. I had a great time shooting it. It's in theaters. It'll be on video on demand. It'll be on the stream, I'm sure. I don't know, but I'm sure. I'm promoting Fully Loaded, my summer festival with 19 different comics. I'm promoting the Tops Off World Tour that starts again this fall. I'm promoting my cruise, the Fully Loaded cruise. I'm promoting Red Rocks. I'm promoting so many things that today was the very first time in my career where I
One of the things that inspires me about Rogan, for example, is
a knife that he had sent to him by a fucking this is what's great. Look at this. I'm about to put it in the butter. And like, this is grass-fed butter. This elk really raises my testosterone. Rogan is you're right. With guys like Rogan, when he does do a story, they're a little precious.
yeah, and I don't think he's ever done a second take at any of those stories.
No.
You have to really admire that. Like, if the shot is framed poorly, if the audio sucks, doesn't matter.
Do you remember when this is like I can get in the weeds on Rogan, and especially when it's Instagram. Do you remember when he got his polar plunge and he couldn't sit it in a minute?
Mm-hmm.
And then the next day, and then he must have gotten it on the internet bad.
Yeah.
He must have gotten it bad. And the next day, he sat it for 20 minutes and he lowered his core temperature by like 2 degrees. And it took him like a month to get that back.
Yeah.
That is that fucking man. What an interesting, I told you at the beginning, we were just talking. I really enjoy, I draw inspiration from men I'm not like. You, David Goggins, Cam Haines,
Andrew Huberman.
Huberman, I love. There's so many guys like that. Rogan, Tim Kennedy. Like, there are a lot of guys that I love reading their stuff or listening to their audiobooks or listening to their podcasts because I'm so not like that. But for me, when I add a little bit of that in my life, like I remember I don't know what you were doing, but you were walking us through your day.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so fascinating. It was like I wouldn't even know what to do. I would start doing crafts. Like I wouldn't that you went. I was like, "Is your computer like?"
Yeah.
No, I have a hard time sleeping for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like I don't have that. Eyeing at the time you're doing your fast, and then you're talking about what you ate, and I was jealous. I wanted to be able to be like that. And I think at that time we started. I think you're doing maybe bone broth or something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we started doing bone broth. It does, for someone like me, it does feel cool to add a little bit of control into life.
Mm-hmm. So integrating from another person that you're not like.
Yeah, so David Goggins is consistently pushing himself. I did it over the pandemic more, but I loved going, today I'm running a marathon. I'm going to get on the treadmill, and it's not going to be all at once, but I'm going to get through a marathon today. So let's get up, give us 6 cups of coffee, and let's see if we can do like 5 miles, and then know that we started there. And that was really fun. Because like Cam Haines does that too, where he goes like, he almost just sets the limit and then achieves that. His son Truitt is really fascinating because his son Truitt right now is trying to get and like I bet people would never think that this is who I watch, but I get real inspiration from those people because I showed a clip to Jocko to Isla because Isla's like me, like a person of her fluids. Mm-hmm. Impulse. I walked in on her one time. She was in the pantry in a bathrobe in the dark drinking a root beer. Yes. And I opened the door and she went, I said, what? She goes, I thought you were Mom. Shut the door. And I shut the door to let her finish the root beer. Yes. She has a hard time waking up. She goes, Isla, come in here. I want you to see this clip from Jocko. She goes, who's Jocko? I said, he's a Navy SEAL. She goes, he works at the zoo? I went, no. He's a Navy fucking SEAL. I go, it's a badass job. She goes, it's a silly name. And I went, no, it's not. It isn't a silly name. These guys are the toughest dudes in the world. She goes,
she's kind of right, though, about the silly name. I never even realized that.
Well, yeah, you talk to a child.
Yeah.
And so I go, watch this, what he says about waking up. So it hits the thing, and Jocko goes, first thing you do when you hear that alarm clock, You could roll over. You could go.
It is
You're
good.
missing the point. You
Yeah.
missed this whole speech. Okay, I don't hit snooze now. I go fuck it because I'm up. But and then I go to the gym every single morning. I go to the gym every single morning. And today's National Donut Day. I didn't have a donut. And so like I try to apply these a little bit because I mean the other side of me is like tonight after we do this, I'll do another podcast and then I'm gonna call Leanne and go, yo, we're in Beverly Hills. Meet me out here. Let's go have drinks. Let's go have fucking couple Campari Spritz. I was over at a friend's house and overnight. Let's get some edibles and let's fucking have a night about it.
Yeah.
Get some sushi. Go have sex in the hot tub. And I gotta work out at fucking 10 in the morning.
I gotta tell you, that nap, you press snooze,
Is the sweetest.
that's my victory. First victory is pressing snooze and getting the nap under the belt.
Have you ever had? So this morning I didn't work out. I pressed at like 5 in the morning until about 6.
You're going hard right now.
Yeah.
And
And then I had a
saw you
podcast.
flew to Austin.
Yeah,
What? And now you're back.
yeah, running around theaters to promote the movie, and then look, you only get one shot at these movies, so you might as well do. And look, it's really hard to get people to go to a movie theater right now. And so I woke up at like 6, did 5 or 6 to 7, did press, and then I went and I said, and I'm really into history podcast right now, and I was listening to this one about the conquistadors, and I was like, before when I woke up, I was like, I wouldn't mind going back to that. And I said, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna take a little nap and go. Now I slept.
I don't know what that is.
Have you ever slept in a tour bus?
A tour bus versus a regular bus?
Like a tour bus, like meaning like in a bunk.
No. I've taken a lot of buses in my life, though.
Like mean like just like a Greyhound.
Greyhound
Those are very different.
and
Where people
public transit. Listen, they. That's just part of life on a Greyhound.
I was on a Greyhound one
Don't
time.
put
I was
stuff
on
in
a
your
Greyhound one
pockets.
time, right when Notorious B.I.G.'s album came out in college,
Mhm.
and I was going from Tallahassee down to Tampa, and the dude got on the bus next to me, black dude, and he sat down. He said, "Where you headed?" And I said, "Tampa." He said, "You grew up in Tampa?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "You?" And he goes, "Yeah." I said, "You go to school at FAM?" And because of FAMU and Florida State, the two schools, one's black, one's white. And he goes, "No, I just got out of prison." I said, "You got out of prison?" And he goes, "Yeah." "Yeah, man, I got out of prison. I stabbed a dude, and I've been in prison. I just got out today." He goes, "What are you listening to?" I said, "Notorious B.I.G." And he goes, "Oh, shit. That's out?" And I went, "Yeah." And he goes, "I want to hear it. Can I hear it?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he used my headsets the whole bus ride to Tampa. I didn't have to. I was like, "He's down." It's ice cold. Bus isn't moving. 5 o'clock. You got 6:30 nap. It's pitch black.
Like 5, 6 p.m. for a 7 p.m. show.
Oh, it's the best
Yeah.
nap you'll ever have. You wake up so refreshed.
Yeah. Having a full productive day.
Mhm.
And then like 5, 6 p.m. to get a nap. And then
Yeah.
you do something I really like doing podcasts like late at night. After a nap.
I think I fucked up my podcast rhythm because we're doing them in the day.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I'm just like if I work out in the morning, I'm good on a podcast. But if I don't work out, I suck on a podcast. And I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. No, I'm my favorite is I used to do this a lot. Full busy day, nap at home, box of wine on the treadmill, and do that until like midnight. Watching TV, box of wine.
Box of wine. On a treadmill.
Put on like guys' grocery games or like just something, just like a.
You
like
walking or are you running?
I walk at like a 3-5. So what'll happen is if you start at 3, casual walk, 20 minutes you get a mile in, and then you're gonna feel loose. Get up to a 3-5. You can do 7 miles on these things and you're just enjoying your night. Especially like my wife back in the day when we lived in our old house, my wife would come into the man cave and she'd sit on the couch and we watch TV together.
Yeah.
And like watch Game of Thrones. And you just like for an hour and you just get on the treadmill and do it. Oh man, I loved having done the treadmill.
Yeah.
And you just are like walking and you're sweating and you're having wine. And then at certain points you're you start jogging, especially like we were watching Not All Quiet on the Western Front. What's the one where they've got to get the message to the front line? I would run like I was in World War II. I would run when they would run, and it was fucking awesome. And I would be like, because they were doing drinks. They'd be like, take a drink, you got to run up there. And I'd be like, okay. Yeah. I'm really into history podcasts right now. Like I've been in them for a while.
20th century or everything?
Everything. I listened to was it Marcus Aurelius and Cleopatra today? In the middle of the podcast, they're like, just so you know, Cleopatra wasn't as hot as everyone says. I was like, why are you saying that? Yeah, tell me she's a 6. She looks like Snooki.
Yeah.
Like, why let me dream that she looks like Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
And then I listened to that one today.
I listen to World War II a lot.
Oh,
A lot of books on World War II, a lot of podcasts. European. Pacific, well, because my family, so much of it has died.
then it was Lennon, right?
John Lennon?
No.
The other one?
Was it Lennon? Was Leith?
Yeah.
Like we're boys.
Yeah.
And then I find all of that so fascinating. When I was a kid, I had a hard time understanding how, because we were always at war with Russia when I was a kid, and I had a hard time understanding how we could be on the same team as Russia in World War II. And I was like, wait, how did that turn south? And then you just listen to the podcast. Yeah, I'm that.
Damn.
All of that, like all of the World War II. I got really into the Pacific shit for a while, but I'm really deep in Dover, and to think, so that's the fucking beach. That's the fucking beach. Oh shit, this is cold as fuck. These dudes jumped in ice cold water, and this isn't like a cool beach. Like this is, and it's just so insane and then to see like it's pretty intense. I don't know why I got into history late in life. I was kind of into it. I'm really into it now. And I love just learning a little something about, today I listened to like the Noiser has a great history stuff. It's like history for dummies, I think. Like I can't listen to really smart stuff. It starts losing me. Too many names when I'm gone.
Yeah.
Fucking good. He is, I mean, I only know about Martin Luther because of Dan Carlin. I only know, like I made a joke about some Lutheran the other day, and everyone laughed, and I was like, did you get a podcast I did? Because I just am quoting Dan Carlin. His podcast, I mean, we all quoted the same shit about Genghis Khan. Stick it under their saddles. And that, I mean, Dan Carlin is the motherfucker.
Yeah.
God, discovering podcasts was the coolest time of my life.
And the interesting thing about him is it's audio. So it's the voice. So for me, I mean, everybody has a story with a prostitute in a motel. Dan Carlin was my prostitute in the motel. I invited him to a motel. I don't even remember, in the middle of nowhere. He shows up with that voice. And the rest is history.
So good.
Things they will never know what happened. Oh boy, did he like me. I'm just kidding. I'm really running with it. But yes, we did. We got along. I mean, he's an incredibly kind and thoughtful person. Constantly self-critical, thinking he's not good enough. He just works on those episodes forever. And he just thinks that there's these, just like with Goggins, there's these other historians that I think like weigh on him, like they're going to judge him or something like this in his mind.
I talked to him. But Daniel Vitelli, and I guess his thing is in the JFK assassination. I walked away having such an appreciation for barnstorming, a very small blip on Americana. I know a lot about barnstorming because of this guy, and because he was passionate about barnstorming. It was the funnest 7th grade history class I'll ever take in my entire life.
You mentioned tour bus. What's the best road trip you've been on? Have you driven across the country? Just you?
No. We had one road trip in college where a bar had burned down, and we found out that the alcohol was still in the bar. So we took my Jetta over to the bar, and we emptied out the bar of all the burnt up liquor. We didn't know what anything was. We threw it into the trunk with no clothes, like no clothes, and we said, let's just start driving. And we drove from Tallahassee and ended up in West Virginia, and just drove. It was like 5 dudes. We drank. One person drove. I wasn't a big drinker. And this sounds crazy. I wasn't a big drinker in college until I went to Russia. And I think we took mushrooms, and we went down a river in tubes.
So it's mostly about the bond between the 5 people
Five dudes.
versus like throwing yourself into meeting like actual poetry.
Yeah, it's a really bad part of my life. I was just
Well, you were like, is like music is there too somewhere.
yeah, I tried to be in a band too. That didn't work out the way I wanted it to. I just was never. I was never the. It looks foolish, and so even like someone said showed me throwing out the first pitch. No one had left their houses. We all went to my house. We got my tour bus. We had just wrapped the day the tour bus showed up. We just wrapped The Cabin. Just wrapped doing The Cabin on Netflix, and we got COVID tested. We got in the tour bus and we said, let's create our bubble and stay safe. And that night we drove, I think, just outside Gallup, and we stayed in and no one had been outside, and we stayed at a KOA, Camp on Arrival, and we watched thunderstorms come in on a lake, and we were all smoking cigars and drinking IPAs, and it was fucking mad. And that whole road to start the tours, and then we were outside for the first time, and it was that period of my life. I'm so grateful. I didn't make a ton of money because we had a big crew, and I made sure because no one had paid bills in a while. But that fucking tour was the funnest. We took up pickleball, we took up disc golf. Everything was wide open in the middle of the country. You could do things, but we were still in our bubble, and we lived in that tour bus. And at night, we just get back in the tour bus by ourselves and get fucking wasted. And I mean, that fucking run, nothing will ever be like that.
Yeah, because you like.
Yeah, and there was this. You always had an anxiety attack halfway through that you got COVID. And this is when COVID was killing people, and you were like, I know I've got COVID. And then we get a house in Sedona for 5 days, an Airbnb, and we'd all isolate there before we went home to our families.
Yeah.
I remember the first time we did it, we didn't isolate. We just pulled back into LA, and all our families were freaked out. So I had to live on the tour bus at a different house. And it was 4th of July, and I came in, and they were doing an egg toss. And they're like, well, you can do an egg toss. And this is how bad my anxiety gets. You can do an egg toss with your daughter, Isla. So Isla and I did an egg toss, and we fucking got it to like legit like 40 fucking feet, where I was throwing overhand, lobbing them to her. And the egg cracked in her hands, and it broke over her face. And I got in bed that night, high on weed, fucking drunk. And I went, what if I gave my daughter COVID from an egg toss? I go, that would be the most horrific way to kill a child. She got it from an egg toss. It broke in her face. Her dad did COVID. Yeah.
I mean, that's the scariest thing about COVID, I think, is not you dying, but because of you, somebody else dies.
Oh, I got it.
That's the fear, I think, that perhaps they needed to be. It's just like, I don't want to be the guy that's responsible for killing somebody I love or somebody that somebody else loves.
And gives me a hug. And I said, what's the matter? And she goes, I think I have COVID. I go, bitch, 6 feet.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Back it up, Fauci. Like, fucking, and then we went to go to Park City. So we all go to Park City. Isla's got a mask on, and Isla just looks at me. The best. The one thing we miss are the eyes over masks.
Yeah.
Even accept it.
Yeah.
And then we get home, and I had COVID. And Isla's like, if you gave me fucking COVID. And then she never got COVID. She never got COVID.
You mentioned IPAs.
Okay.
What's the worst?
I like Pilsners. I'm a Pilsner guy. I'm an ice cold beer guy.
Ice cold Pilsner.
What
I like
aren't
an
you
ice
a guy
cold
of?
beer.
What
I like an ice
I'm a Winston Churchill guy.
cold. One of the best beer buzzes I ever had.
Get up like Winston
is,
Churchill. I don't even know what way his eggs were made.
We had bought a new house, but we
Fucking
weren't building
prick.
it. And over COVID, I didn't drink for like 3 months, 4 months. Until we decided to go back out on tour. And we figured that out. And I was in the backyard, and Leanne came back with like 2
Dog,
tall boy German
It's not like we
Pilsners.
know these people.
It
Yeah,
cracked
look,
them. She was
Jordan,
so back. And then she's like, you want another one? I'm like, fuck yeah. And then we have another one. And that beer buzz is, especially an afternoon beer buzz, so pretty. It's different in a bathtub. No. I was drinking in the bathtub.
Like bathtub with some water in it? Or
No.
you're sitting in the bathtub?
No, I'm getting ready to take a shower. And I had a growler of IPA.
Yeah.
About 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
I have to fly that day to Vegas to jump off the stratosphere.
Yeah.
All I need is a little bit of a buzz to get myself on this fucking plane.
Yeah.
I have anxiety going through my fucking head because I'm going to be the first person to jump off stratosphere. And so I'm drinking an IPA out of a growler in a bathtub at 6 in the morning. and it just didn't sit right, and I threw it up, and I was off IPAs for like 10 fucking years.
Yeah.
I didn't have another IPA. It was throwing up that IPA in a bathtub, in a shower, and being like, I'm gonna throw up thinking about it. But yeah, I didn't fuck with IPAs for a while, and then during the pandemic, I got back into IPAs.
I was that way with Jack and Coke, Jack Daniels and Coke.
Really?
Got so drunk many years ago that
What's Janis Joplin's drink? Southern Comfort. I can't touch Southern Comfort.
she just drank it straight.
It
But
was
Southern Comfort is at 40%. That's
without having a flight attendant, not even ask what I want. Walk.
Yeah.
I flew to Austin the other day. I was like, I'm not drinking on the plane because I felt sick. Fuck, you know it.
yeah.
But yeah, that's my drink. Wait, what's your drink? I thought you'd be a vodka guy.
Of happiness, because vodka is associated with shots and camaraderie, and there's Eastern Europe in general. A bunch of guys get together, and you celebrate life intensely.
Yeah.
People fight, people just feel, people experience life in a deep way. You just get too drunk for a reason. But I don't see that as like drinking. That's like a journey towards that ice cold beer.
Yeah.
There's that afternoon beer. Like for a person like me who's extremely regimented and disciplined, sometimes you get to a situation. I remember there's a bar at MIT where I just remember in the afternoon, it was like a business meeting. And I sat down, we started with a beer, and they're like really crisply cold lager. And then just one beer and two beers. And all of a sudden you say, fuck it. Let's just, the rest of the day, this is what this is. And you said bright, like, you just like just the camaraderie, the just talking about life, being silly, being,
I would love, only for the moment that you get to have. You get the most precious little angel's breath that anyone's going to get, because you love to live a regimented life just to get the chance to go, hey guys, I'm not performing surgery today. Fuck it. Hey guys,
yeah.
this bus full of kids gotta drive itself home. Fuck it. You know what's so interesting about me and you is like, I'm a fan of yours. I don't really know what AI is. Like, other than like dildo is.
No, I don't think a dildo classifies as a robot.
Because I thought that's how they were going to take us how to eat a pussy, and then they're like, we don't need men anymore. But like, it's so interesting that I couldn't even, like, I can barely tell you what my dad does for a living. He's a lawyer. I could kind of, like, he's called me and say, hey man, you got to stop talking about what I do because you're not doing it right. I go, what do you mean? He's like, that's not, whatever you're saying I do, I don't do. And so, but like, I couldn't even begin to explain your job to my daughter.
Well, I think there's the way you do the job, which experience life, the regimented, just even just a 9-to-5 job, right?
Do you work 9 to 5?
No, but I work much more than that.
Yeah.
But there's no in my life. What I love in my life, especially people close to me, are the ones that say work harder, because everybody.
It's like, and you're like, hey man, don't do that. And he's like, I'm worried about you. And you're like, don't fucking worry about me. I'm working. I'm just working. I love working. I love what I do. I can only imagine that you love what you do as much as I love what I do, because that's all I ever want to think about. It's all I ever want to talk about. It's all I ever want to be like. When my wife went August and whatever the fuck another
September.
month is.
That's goes after August.
No, but like July and August off after we do Fully Loaded, and I was like, no. I said, what do you mean? Like, so like, what? Am I like sitting in a chair and stuff? She's like, no, you can do like take up a hobby. I go, writing jokes. Can I get on stage? Can I do sets in the city? Because I'm not gonna fucking. Do you want me to like I don't understand people who just be like, I'm gonna play video games. I can't play a video game.
You have to join this.
If I did, I'd be on Twitch trying to make money. Like, I love. How do you find someone who goes, you need to work harder?
Especially when they see, like, I don't know what you look like, but I look tormented when I'm working very hard. Like, it means, like, it's easy to worry for my well-being. It's not like I'm happy-go-lucky, but I'm happy underneath it.
My working too hard is, like, on a every day, getting up at 6, working out, and then going until, like, 2 in the morning or 1 in the morning, and then going to sleep, and then getting up at 6, working out, getting on a plane, going to another place. Like that's what my working. It's just a lot of travel in mine. If I didn't drink on planes, I don't think anyone would probably worry about me at all. They'd be like, "No, you're doing great."
But the working out is there. So I got to ask you, because you and I seem to have a similar relationship with running. I like this idea of slow.
What's brown noise?
It's actually Brownian noise, but short for brown noise. It's kind of like white noise, but deeper. So it's just noise like shh, that.
Oh wow!
It kind of sounds like a waterfall. And I'll
So-
just listen to it, and something happens to me. I think you can ask Huberman about this. I don't, but apparently there's some science that kind of focuses the mind and so on.
It's funny because I think sometimes what people don't get about running is they get on and they put it on like a 6 right away on like a treadmill, and they go, I can't. But you can if you build yourself up to your 6, and you play games. I play games with myself a lot. Like I play games where I go, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this almost not all day long, but I can do this a lot longer. Like I did it for 2 hours the other day before my workout, or no, hour and a half before my workout. Where I started at 6, my body's really loose. And so then I go, all right, bring it down to a 3.5. And then I go punch it to a 7.5 for a quarter of a mile. And then let's walk the nation of broth. And they're just making broth pizzas. I've watched this one on pizzas. I've watched it. There's like 3 episodes so many times that my trainer goes, God, that's that fucking, I could watch that again.
Yeah.
I love watching foreign language cooking shows on mute when I work out.
While blasting music.
I'll blast it.
So you there? All right. Well, I usually run outside, but I do.
Oh,
the
I
same kind
can't.
of thing.
I don't mind hiking, and I do like you know what my fun thing. The fun thing I would do, and this is ripped off totally from Cam Hanes, is I like to go. There's a great Hyman Canyon out in the valley where I live, and I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna run to Fryman Canyon. I'm gonna jog to Fryman Canyon. I'm gonna hike Fryman Canyon, and then I'm gonna jog back. And then I wonder how long that is. And I go, don't think about it. Just know that that's your thing. The east. The hike doesn't even feel like anything. The hike, once you do the jog's the hard part there. The jog, I think it was in Hyde Park. I think the name of the park's Hyde Park. It was, get this, it was 80% downhill.
Wow.
So this jog, you started the park, and it was like, and I'll do it like this for you. You went like downhill like this, down, nice like lower back pain. You're like, okay. You did it 4 times, it was 4 miles. I loved it. My very first day I did it, a butterfly got in front of me. It's like 6 a.m. Just me.
You sure it was real?
Yep, definitely real. And then the next day, that's where I go, I'm on the right path. The next day I go for a jog, 6 a.m. It rained. And as I'm doing the steep uphill incline, a tree collapsed in front of me. Just went, and I went, whoa, a tree fell in the woods and I was here to see it.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. I was like, that's crazy. And it did. And then I started getting overthinking it. Like the next day I saw a condom and I was like, this is a complete joy. I was like, people fucked here last night. But yeah, that was one of the best jogs I've ever had. I could do that. I could run that park every single day. And no one jogged that park in Serbia.
I actually recently had a condom on my doorstep, and I wanted to ask whoever is up there above what that is.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Just a pissed off UPS guy.
I
Was it compromised?
What do you mean compromised?
Like, was there stuff inside it?
Oh, I didn't look.
I mean, very few people put on the condom and go, hey, it's not for me. I'm going to take it off.
Yeah.
It's a little tight.
Well, it could be to send a message, like a horse's head kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what the message is exactly.
Do you use condoms if you had a one night stand? Would you use? Because there's no condoms in my future. I'll get it. I don't care. Have babies. I don't give a shit.
You're a man of principle. I like it. Mark Maron wrote something about your book many ages ago, Life of the Party. I think there's an interesting question in there. So, first of all, wrote eloquently about you. Bert Kreischer is one of the great American wild men, a gonzo warrior driven not by cynicism or a desire to reveal dark truths, but instead by a deep, almost essential need to have a good time, no matter what. His stories track the trials and tribulations of a big-hearted dude trying to fit in, help out, and party and find himself. After all is said and done, we arrive with him at the true humility of joy. So, when was this desire in you? It seems like you are driven towards this joy.
Yeah. I think when I got to college.
Like dark, brooding, serious?
Yeah, I wanted to be like Eddie. I wanted to be, like I wanted to be wanted by chicks, and I would say surprised me they were so funny. Meaning, like, in my fraternity, I'd say things that were the funniest thing that I go, how did I think of that? And then slowly I was like, and I remember as I chipped away at that, and as I got older, I would lean towards that. We would go on a bus trip to like Clemson, and I would get on the walkie-talkie on the bus, and I would do stand-up for like an hour. I'd just make jokes, and I loved the impulse of, like, you know, you get on the bus and everyone's like, we're gonna drink, and you get that one group of girls that wasn't gonna drink, and then to break them, and they're like, oh fuck it, fine, let's drink, and then that to watch that happen. And I think then when I went to Russia, this is so cliche for me to say, but interacting, and when you could make them, there was a in St. Petersburg, and they had told us that, like, they told us in our class that Russian women didn't have tampons, so they were like, bring tampons to give to the babushka, the devuchka that ran the floor.
After all this time, the fact that your Russian sucks is awesome.
Yeah,
You keep mispronouncing words horribly.
I'm so fucking bad.
Yeah.
I am so bad. You know that's how I got the name of the machine, right?
Yeah.
I was trying to say I'm
Machina, yeah.
and I said I'm a car,
Yeah.
and they just were like, huh? And so I came into the room one night with a top pocket full of tampons.
Yeah.
So it was so pure joy. I remember the first night I pulled out lemons, and it sounds make believe now to say it because it's been in the movie. And I brought out lemons. We were in lemon drops. I had vodka. And the machine runs on lemons. Like, it was just so foreign that you would need lemon for them. And so I think, and I made friends with those guys. It was like real to like a campfire. And I had little tricks. Like, I learned all the currencies around the world. And so I challenge people to a currency game. I go, let's go head to head. You say, you name a country in the currency, and I'll name a country in the currency. And I would slow roll them. I'd just do all the dollars, right? The Chinese dollar, the American dollar, the Australian dollar. I'd run through all the dollars, and they'd be like, you only know the dollars. And then I start getting really deep.
Mm-hmm.
I could make an event out of a night. In Europe, I could make an event. I remember we were in Strasbourg, and the bar was supposed to close, but I had friends coming to the bar. The train hadn't gotten in yet. And I said, don't close the bar. I'll stand on the bar, and I'll entertain everyone in this room. I'll dance. I'll do whatever if you just keep the bar open. And the guy goes, if you can keep me laughing, I'll keep the bar open. And I danced and made this guy laugh on a bar for legit. I'm not even like, legit 30 minutes until my friends walked in, and they're like, what the fuck's going on? I had this ability to without humility. I didn't mind looking like a fool and like doing, and there were really stupid jokes at the time, just very like base American frat boy jokes. But I had a spark, and when I came back, I feel like I learned how to do that and do funny things that were like fun. Like we go to a football game, and I brought a camera around with me a lot. I like to take pictures, and I remember one of the jokes I'd go is I go, hey everybody, I told my parents I have a lot of friends. Can you guys gather around and we'll take a picture? Mm-hmm. And so, like 50 people would lean around like, hey, and like just the dumbest, silliest things. And I wasn't a big self promoter, so these would happen, and I was just doing them for me and my friends. Mm-hmm. I'd bring a guitar out and I just make up songs, and then Rolling Stones written about me, and I'm like. And then I'm like, well, and I remember a couple serious dads going, yo, you got a chance to turn this into something. You need to you need to follow your dream. And I tried to stand up the first night, and I was like, I maybe wasn't the funniest guy, but man, they laughed and we had a good time for 30 minutes, and it worked, and it was stream of consciousness. And I was like, yeah. And then, of course, that same little path you take gets convoluted in New York because you want to be a serious comic, and you want to be taken seriously, and you want to be edgy, and you want to say and then slowly but surely the real Bert chips away at it, and he's like, yo, man, just fucking take your shirt off, kill a beer. Yeah. Like, fucking tell the machine story. Tell a story about your stupid kids. Like, just, you don't need to be the fucking edgiest dude in the room. Leave that to the good ones. Let Bill and fucking Joe and Tom, those are the legit fucking gangster comics. Those are the fucking, you're never going to out fucking Chappelle Those guys are fucking gangsters. Do what you do. Have fun. Make life fun and seize the day and fucking try to bring a spark to people and let them forget about their fucking day.
And the interesting thing about alcohol, I don't really like drinking in terms of the actual physical, like how it makes me feel. But there's the camaraderie that you get of just everybody getting together and taking shots or drinking. Not the polite kind of drinking, but just everybody just the fuck it kind of drinking.
Yeah. And when someone goes, all right, I'm in. Like
Yeah,
that.
all right, yeah.
That's the funnest. And then,
Yeah.
especially when you have a big group and there's like a big group outlets, media outlets, and busting with the boys. My wife flew them in to surprise me. And they're over on the red carpet. And they're like, yo, let's scull a beer. Let's kill a beer. And I was like, oh. And then I'm like, oh, fuck it. I don't give a f. This is what life's about. And that moment where they're like, yeah, that's the funnest fucking. Especially when I can get Leanne to do it. When I get Leanne to get a drink, and she's like I wasn't supposed to drink last night, and she was like, you want to just, we should go have a glass of wine in the front yard, and you're like, oh, my heart skips a beat. I go, glass of wine in the front yard? Are we gonna talk wild, crazy shit to each other? Like, fuck yeah.
In the front yard.
Front yard, yeah.
What are you doing in the front yard?
Let the dogs play.
Oh,
Big trees in the front yard.
are you sitting on the? Where were you sitting?
Sitting in the Adirondacks on the front porch, letting the dogs play, letting the dogs rest in the front yard. Maybe go over, pick some cherries, look at the fucking trees, hear the wind going through the front yard, and then you go to the backyard. That's where the cigar comes out, a little more privacy. But yeah,
Red wine.
red wine, Malbec. Keep our sulfites low.
Yeah, wine is a whole nother one too. I feel sophisticated.
Oh yeah.
I traveled before Ukraine. I went to Paris for the first time. I drank wine there, and I felt like I was a sophisticated man. You know,
Dude.
I mean, I don't speak much French, but
You don't need to.
you don't need to.
Like we went and there, to drink and drive Vespas, but they go, a glass of wine is nothing. And you're like, well, okay, I guess I'll have a couple then. If you think one's nothing, then I think two's nothing also.
This is drunk Bert on a Vespa.
Drunk, not even drunk, but just lightly feathered.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. My wife hasn't been drinking. Georgia's too young. Isla, at dinner we had a couple, and we're going through these hills, and it starts raining. And I go, Isla, what are we missing? And she goes, music, big boy. And I go, what do you want to hear? And then she just starts going, ooka shaka, ooka, ooka, ooka shaka, ooka, ooka. I can't stop this feeling. She's screaming it behind. And then I hear Georgia screaming it. And then Leanne singing it. And then Sandy and her two daughters are singing it. We're all in these Vespas, and we're all singing it. And I swear to God, if I hadn't been lightly feathered, I don't know if I would have been like, what are we missing? Because, alcohol will give you that thing, like, what's next? What's bigger? How do we take this to the next level? And then I got this little girl who's still my little girl. At that moment when she's singing, sing it! All the good times. Living up so hard.
Yeah.
Live it up, girl. And then we stop at the light, and all of us are looking, and it's pouring rain. Ooh. Don't tell the feeling. It is. I mean, I remember sobbing, crying, and then I was like, "Let's get these fucking Vespas up and get to a vineyard." And then we went to a vineyard, and dude, and I'm not certain you get.
First, I mean, the 24-hour thing, you have to have some money saved up so that you don't have to work. But then from there, you buy a bunch of devices. You create a YouTube channel. You create a Rumble channel. You create a Twitch and a TikTok and an Instagram and a DLive and a Trovo. I mean, all it does is just take a little bit of work of just creating accounts. And you start streaming and you can make money.
So you said you started 3 years ago?
I've been streaming live 24/7 for more than 3 years.
That's great. Yeah, because I've seen you in Discord for at least like 6 months. And I think it's 6 months ago.
100%, man. So
How has it been? Has it been successful?
I think so. I started this Discord about 5 months ago or so, and it's got 1,500 people in it. I've made a lot of really great friends. I've learned new talents. I can see the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. On I would have just normally been living my life regularly, but because I decided to start streaming it, I'm the witness, which is exciting.
That's exciting.
Excellent.
Thanks for sharing that.
Most certainly, my friend. I'm going to send you a friend request. If you'd like, feel free to accept it. And you should just know I'm always here. I'm live 24/7. So whenever you're bored, come on in and we can catch up on things. If you have any questions or you want advice in regards to streaming, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So when it comes to making accounts, there isn't anybody better at it than I am, and I can teach everything that I know.
Why do you have so many accounts?
In case I ever get banned, so because of copyright protection or usually it has to do with, like, I don't know, I'll stream like the Olympics or the Super Bowl, and you can lose accounts because of that. So I have that. I have, like, essentially backups of the backups. Definitely. So yeah, that's what I do, and I'm also a rabbi and certified project management professional. So you may see me do some of those things on stream, and just in general, I like to play games. We have I'm in a karaoke group that we sing 24 hours. We sing, and that's exciting. I sing everything from oldies music to modern music, classic rock, alternative rock. I rap. I do a lot of things. So I do my best to make sure to always have interesting content. Like right now, we're watching a Lex Friedman podcast, and um, we're just going through that. I like to watch the Joe Rogan podcast, so we watch Joe Rogan a lot and just really do everything we can to spread optimism and positivity to the world.
Oh,
Excellent. Well, you should know that you're welcome here whenever you want, and stop by whenever you're bored, and we'll update each other on life. Okay?
all right, sounds good.
Take care, Bree. Shout out to Bree, everybody.
You get that without a little bit of.
A little bit, but then a lot is also interesting. I had a lot of whiskey with Rogan once.
I think I saw that.
Yeah,
I think I saw that with
and-
Whitney too,
he was
and the push-up contest.
with David Goggins. It's the only time I met David Goggins in person. One of the great embarrassments in my life is trashed out of my mind. I'm trying to say how much of a fan I am, and I could tell by the look in his eye that what is actually coming out of my mouth is not good. It's not good. And his wife is embarrassed, standing right there also. Just everybody's embarrassed for me. And I'm trying my best. And then somehow I find myself a minute later doing push-ups with him. It was a challenge.
Push-ups.
I just wasn't counting. All I knew, I'm not stopping. And he was polite enough to stop. I think probably
They allow you to see them that way. It's a gift. It's a real gift. It's just as cool as like pulling someone aside and going, "Yo, I'm into anime. Like, are you cool with that?" And then they're going, "Yeah, yeah. Can I show you some cool anime?" And then you're like, "That's not my thing," but it's like a cool thing. It's like sharing cool music with someone, or like telling them something about your childhood. When you get drunk, like real drunk around someone, you're giving them a gift.
Yeah.
And that gift is, I want you to see me for everything I am.
Yeah.
You're not going to get any lies. You're not going to get any bullshit. This is me at my absolute worst. I have a rule. I will never get mad at someone for getting too fucked up. Because they're giving you a gift. They're saying like, "Yo, I did this on accident, but I trust you enough to let you know that this is who I am and this is what you're getting." I love it. I love it. Especially when it comes from someone you don't expect. Like, you, shut the fuck up. David Goggins should have hugged you and said, "Thanks for showing me this."
Yeah, I guess I really haven't. You're right. I haven't thought of it that way. There's an intimacy to that. That is a gift of like fragility. Like, this is me. I mean, I'm a very loving drunk, but I'm Boy, man, dumb drunk. I'm
I
just
bet you.
dumb.
I bet you haven't seen Dumb Drunk.
Well, dumb in terms of the eloquence of the words that are coming out of my mouth. So like you're just not stitching words together correctly to make sentences.
No.
I turn into Hemingway lost in translation. Like I'll start saying random words, but like translated to Japanese and back to English. It's not feel towards other people, but when I'm drunk, I'm just say fuck it. I don't.
It's cool when people let you see that in them, because some people are really like measured. They're like, no, one drink and then I'm done. I don't want to. No. And you're like, oh, show me a little more. And then like it's cool, and I never like. I love my favorite moments in the next morning when they're like, did I make an ass out of myself? And you get to say, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. That's the coolest thing, because some people, bad people, will leverage that over you.
Yeah.
You see it's a bully tactic. They'll leverage that. The bad interactions I've had in this business that we were talking about earlier, they were people that when you got fucked up, they used it against you.
Yeah.
They held it over your head and they said, listen, man, I don't know what the fuck, but if you want, and you're like, hold on. And then they gaslight you into thinking you were the only one that was fucked up. And you're like, okay, I guess I know who you are now. And I was like, didn't you get fucked up a little bit too?
Yeah.
Like, I know we smoked weed and I thought we ate Xanax, but like, what about I know I had a couple beers, but like, I wasn't that fucked up.
Well, Whitney's really good at that because she's the person who woke up next morning and she said, "Yeah, you're wonderful. You are eloquent. You were great." I'm sure she was making that up completely.
It was funny. I got blackout drunk at Whitney's roast of me, like blackout drunk. Don't remember any of it, and don't remember any of it. Don't remember speaking on the microphone. I don't remember talking in the microphone. And I did the set apparently.
Yeah.
And I said to Whitney, like in a real moment of vulnerability, Whitney's like a sister to me, like a legit sister. My daughters call her Aunt Whitney. Leanne's like a sister to Leanne. If she comes over to do a podcast, Whitney will show up an hour early and sit with Leanne out in Leanne's rose garden and just talk. Mm-hmm. And Whitney, I said the next day, I called Whitney and I was getting on a plane and knew I was hungover. I said, how bad was I last night? She was
caring and loving human being. She's so interesting.
She sends my daughter's gifts out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere, just send Georgia gifts up at college. It's just a gift box. Like she takes care of people.
That's her. What the hell love language even means? Apparently there's a book and there's like 5 of them.
Oh, you and Whitney, I would love to sit in the fucking room and watch you two talk.
Yeah, she has a robot.
Yeah.
That looks like her. And that's the future, that robot.
I told her she should have that robot do porn. Let someone fuck that robot, and then she can deep fake the face if she wants. But I go promote a special that way.
It's like a full on, not like Showtime softcore porn, like full on porn.
Full on, like the dude, like he's like, hi, welcome inside.
Yeah.
You look tired. Do you need a drink?
Yeah.
Oops, I'm stuck in the dryer. You know.
What's the promotion you're most proud of that you've done?
To be when I took dance lessons.
Yeah, that was it.
Because I tried to get Joe and Tom and Ari to do it for Sober October.
I was rooting for you.
And they said no. Joe's like, absolutely not.
You knew Joe was going to say no.
But Joe's a legit dancer. Like, he can legit dance. He took, like, dance lessons for a movie and is apparently an amazing dancer. And so...
You're right. You could have said yes. Because I don't remember listening to that podcast where you really made the pitch.
Yeah, and I said, we all take hip-hop dance lessons. It's your cardio's through the roof. Dances against each other, and we see who has the best hip-hop dance. It's different than the typical stuff we do. It's fun. And we can also work out. We can do everything, but, like, let's do hip-hop dance. And Joe adamantly was like, that's a horrible idea. I will not do that. And then Tom and Ari just whatever. They were like, yeah, I side with Joe. We'll do something else. Maybe I'll do a hip-hop dance. And it was $1,200, and for hip hop dance lessons for like a month or whatever, for like a couple weeks. And then when we did it, I thought, you know what? I bet we could put tour dates next to this, because it turned out being like kind of good but kind of funny. I bet we could put tour dates next to this, and it was the beginning of me figuring out the whole, like, my promos were short and quick, and they were always like something silly. What's up, guys? It's your boy Bert Kreischer. And then that one blew up, and immediately I was announcing the tour, and immediately every tour date sold out. And then we added shows that day, and every one of those sold out. And I was like, whoa. And then Tom was like, the fuck was that? And I was like, I think I just sold out my whole fucking tour. And then when Tom did his one like that and put his tour dates on it,
Yeah, went over the top.
he sold out of his tours. And he was like, whoa. He's like, dude, I sold out every fucking show. We've added shows. I'm doing like an arena here. And this is before we were doing arenas. I was like, shut the fuck up. And that changed my game where I was like, all right, so everything's got to be. And then I was like, I don't mind spending a little money. And then the next one I did was the marching band. And I was just like, but it was, it's real crazy. I just said, can you guys get me a marching band? And they were like, yes, like fits. And they were like, so what do you want us to play? I go, what song do you guys know? And then they didn't even know each other. They were all hired people. And they were like, Rubber Band Man? And updates. And then I was like, fuck. And then the real baller one, the fucking real one, was I tore all the muscles in my arm going into shooting the movie, and I ripped all the tricep muscles off, and they were retracted, so I had to go in for surgery. And the anesthesiologist said to me the night before, he's like, "What music do you want going under?" And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "You can pick your music going under." I said, "Wait, hold on. What is it like?" I go, "Is it like casual?" And he was like, "Yeah." I said, "I'm doing a promo read going under." He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, I'll explain it to you tomorrow, but I'm not gonna count backwards. I'm just gonna do a promo read until I pass out, and my phone's gonna fall on the ground. All I need you to do is hit venue I'd ever played in, and I rolled in with my thing with CCR playing in the background, and I just was like, as I lay here on this mat or on this steel, I was terrified as I go into surgery. I want you to know one thing: I'm playing Red Rock September 10th, and I started doing my promo read. And he was like, yeah. I go, Jimmy Buffett's there the night before and the night after. He's like, for real? I go, yeah, you're going under. And he hits it. I go, sure. And I dropped the phone, woke up out of surgery, and the first thing I said is, where's my phone? And he goes, you got it. And Leanne's like, I've already watched it. It's good. And I went, for real? And so, like, that was a
Met Mr. Beast, Jimmy.
no.
So he's I got to hang out, willing to spend any amount of money on an idea, like anything is allowed. Anything is
I
allowed.
love that energy.
The only thing is no like rated R stuff. So he's really trying to go like for the broader audience, for kids and so on. So that's the limitation. So you can't do like most of the ideas that pop into my head when anything's allowed is kind of dark.
Yeah.
But the point is to really aggressively brainstorm every single day at the whiteboard, like what, and he does that for YouTube Shorts too, for 1 minute videos.
Really.
It's just like really this thing you could possibly do.
I love that. I love that energy.
And that energy, most people don't do that, and they should. Basically, YouTubers do that because they're obsessed about this particular YouTube algorithm and so on, and whatever. Just go all out.
There's something really fun, authentically fun about just coming up with a really stupid idea and just going, let's see what happens. Who gives a fuck? We've had those, like, I thought I could catch an arrow one time, and my wife's like, absolutely fucking not. And I go, I really think and then I'll see if I can catch it. And she's like, no, that's not what you're doing. And then my cousin's like, hey, we could cheat it to make you look like you caught an arrow. And I went, what? He goes, yeah, okay, let's do it like this. And so we did it. They sold a ton of tickets. It looked like I really caught it. Everyone knows I didn't catch an arrow. I mean, for the movie, we did a promo. Legendary was like, you do all the promos. And we did a promo, and I thought I could slide out of my car like Tom Cruise did in a helicopter, and with roller skates, and get behind the car and then skate behind the car. And we just ran over my foot. And it was real, and it was scary, but we just caught it all and roller skate, and then that did really well. And so,
and don't be afraid to look stupid and all that kind of stuff. Just go all out.
Fucking ego's the death of comedy. Like when you really give if it's hard to be the coolest guy in the room and still want to be a comedian. It's just let yourself be whoever you are, and you'll see the great ones. They're like that. They're just regular fucking dudes, and you get some real slick ones. Like Dave Chappelle might be the coolest guy in the fucking room. He might be.
Yeah.
But I think that's just who the fuck he is.
Who are outside your close friend group? Who are the greats to you? Top 5.
Outside of my friend group.
So, like for me, probably Norm Macdonald, Mitch Hedberg, Rich Carlin. Tom Segura, number one.
Oh yeah. No, Mitch Hedberg, David Tell.
David Tell.
David Tell.
Everybody deeply respects David Tell. Maury is so good at just.
Chappelle and Bill Burr are the two best in our generation, in my opinion. And that's and that's understanding that like I'm still friends with some of the best in our generation, but like just the way their brains work is really on the next level. Like those are guys. Stanhope is the same way, just fucking genius. Rogan, Segura, those are my friend group. That's my really close friend group. But like those other guys, I'm friends with, but they're not like that's. Yeah.
Louis C.K.
No, Louis C.K. Fuck, he's amazing. It's hard to do because you start like forgetting the like people, and then it's almost like people go, "Oh, so you didn't like that person?" You're like, "No, I fucking love that person."
I mean, there's for me like Robin Williams. There's a whole nother thing.
Oh yeah, Sarah Silverman. I love Janine. I'm a fucking big Janine fan. I love her brain. Marin's fucking hilarious. Patton's brilliant. David Cross. I mean, there's like it's really to ignore those guys, and those guys were like the whole forefront of the alternative comedy front. They're fucking amazing.
Yeah, and the people that have like Marin or Joe that have podcasts is interesting. It's an interesting pairing because you go over and over and over to see how it changes. It's really cool.
It's the coolest thing when I first started to watch. Someone like Attell was really brilliant at it because you'd watch him tinker with a set.
Yeah,
and he'd have an idea like hitting some work it 9 different ways. And you'd be like, whoa. So the hitting hammer in the head is the thing that he's working on.
I hope Eddie Murphy comes back. He's one of the greats.
Chris Rock's fucking Bring the Pain is like the reason I got into comedy.
Yeah. Do you have advice for young folks? You seem like a stellar example of a successful human being. Or more seriously, a very kind of nonlinear life. Do you have advice for young people in high school and college? How to have a good life they can be proud of?
Don't worry too much about. If you find that thing you love to do, you will work endlessly, effortlessly, and hard as fucking shit every day, and you'll love every day of your life.
Find what you love and let it kill you. Bukowski said that.
Then that's the fucking thing, because that's what I'm doing. I'm letting it fucking take. I'm on that fucking bullet train to fucking nowhere on this fucking comedy journey. I love it.
So it's like the Hunter S. Thompson thing. What is it? However you put it, he basically, you're not supposed to be end up in tried to break the thing. He couldn't. Lived into his 90s. Churchill comedy.
My life is lived perfectly. If I'm 95 years old and all my friends are dead.
Yeah.
They're like, can you believe that wolf got Rogan?
Just standing there in October. October, just the two of you left. Just laughing.
October is just, I'm 95 at the Mark Twain Awards, and I'm like, Bert Kreischer still fucking here. Who saw that coming?
I hope so. Bert, I'm a huge fan of yours. It meant so much to me when you said that you knew who I was, like we were talking about. It's so cool. It's so cool. Thank you for putting so much joy and love out there in the world. I'm a huge fan, and thank you for the love you've given me.
Thank you, man. I am a huge fan of yours. And then let's see if we can meet in the middle sometime. Have a cold beer in the afternoon.
Love you, brother.
Love you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Bert Kreischer. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Hunter S. Thompson. Life should not be a journey to the grave with the intention of arriving safely in a pretty and well-presented broadside in a cloud of smoke, thoroughly used up, totally worn out, and loudly proclaiming, wow, what a ride. I hope to see you next time.
On one axis, you have more hardware coming in. On the other hand, you have an explosion of innovation in AI.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happened with both TensorFlow and PyTorch is that the explosion of innovation in AI has led to, it's not just about matrix multiplication and convolution. These things have now like 2,000 different operators. And on the other hand, you have, I don't know how many pieces of hardware there are out there. It's a lot. Part of my thesis get weirder from here on out. Right? And so to me, the exciting part about what we're building is it's about building that universal platform, which the world can continue to get weird. Because again, I don't think it's avoidable. It's physics. But we can help lift people, scale, do things with it. And they don't have to rewrite their code every time a new device comes out. And I think that's pretty cool.
The following is a conversation with Chris Lattner, his third time on this podcast. As I've said many times before, he's one of the most brilliant engineers in modern computing, having created LLM compiler infrastructure project, a lot of key contributions to TensorFlow and TPUs as part of Google. He served as vice president of Autopilot Software at Tested, a new full-stack AI infrastructure for distributed training, inference, and deployment on all kinds of hardware called Modular, and a new programming language called Mojo that is a superset of Python, giving you all the usability of Python, rated over 30,000x speed up over Python. If you love machine learning, if you love Python, you should definitely give Mojo a try. This programming language, this new AI framework and infrastructure, and this conversation with Chris is mind-blowing. I love it. It gets pretty technical at times, so I hope you hang on for the ride. This is the Lex Fridman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Chris Lattner. It's been, I think, 2 years since we last talked, and in that time, you somehow went and co-created a new programming language called Mojo. So it's optimized for AI. It's a superset of Python. Let's look at the big picture. What is the vision from Mojo?
For Mojo? Well, so I mean, I think you have to zoom out. So I've been working on a lot of related technologies for many, many years. So I've worked on LLVM and a lot of things in mobile and servers and things like this. But the world's changing with AI as we have new GPUs and new GPUs. That's one of the biggest, largest scale deployed systems that exist for AI. And really what you see is if you look across all of the things that are happening in the industry, there's this new compute platform coming. And it's not just about CPUs or GPUs or TPUs or NPUs or IPUs or whatever, all the PUs. It doesn't do us any good if there's this amazing hardware that we can't use. And all the smart people in the world get unleashed on something can be quite different. And so really where Mojo came from was starting from a problem of we need to be able to take machine learning, take the infrastructure underneath it and make it way more accessible. Experts in GPUs and things like this. And then through that journey, we realized, hey, we need syntax for this. We need to do programming language.
So one of the main features of the language, I say so fully in jest, is that it allows you to have the file extension to be an emoji or the fire emoji, which is one of the first emojis used as a file extension I've ever seen in my life. And then you ask yourself the question, why in the 20th we're not using Unicode for file extensions? It's an epic decision. I think clearly the most important decision you made, but you could also just use MOJO as the file extension.
Well, so right?
This is we're releasing this onto the world.
This is innovation.
I mean, it really is kind of brilliant. Emojis is such a big part of our daily lives. Why is it not in programming?
Well, and like you take a step back and look at what file extensions are, right? They're basically metadata. Right, and so why are we spending all the screen space on them and all this stuff? Also, you have them stacked up next to text files and PDF files and whatever else. Like, if you're gonna do something cool, you want it to stand out, right? And emojis are colorful, they're visual, they're beautiful,
yeah.
Right?
What's been the response so far from? Is there support on like Windows on the operating system in displaying like File Explorer?
Yeah. The one problem I've seen is that Git doesn't escape it right.
Uh-huh.
And so it thinks that the fire emoji is unprintable, and so it like prints out weird hex things if you use the command line Git tool. But everything else, as far as I'm aware, works fine. And I have faith that Git can be improved. So I'm not
GitHub is fine.
GitHub is fine. Yeah, GitHub is fine. Visual Studio Code, Windows, like all this stuff, totally ready because people have internationalization in their normal part of their paths. So this is just like the next step, right? It's somewhere between, oh wow, that makes sense, cool. I like new things, to, oh my God, you're killing my baby. Like, what are you talking about? This can never be, like, I can never handle this. How am I going to type this? Like all these things. And so this is something where I think that the world will get there. You don't have to bet the whole farm on this. I think languages provide that. So I think that we have partial support for that. It's probably not fully done yet, but yeah, you can do that. For example, in Swift, you can do that for sure. So an example we gave at Apple was the dog cow. Yeah, so that's a classical Mac heritage thing, and so you use the dog and the cow emoji together, and that could be your variable name. But of course, the internet went and made pile of poop for everything. Yeah. So if you want to name your function pile of poop, then you can totally go to town and see how that gets through code review.
Okay, so let me just ask a bunch of random questions. So is Mojo primarily designed for AIs, or is it a general purpose program?
Yeah, good question. So it's AI first. And so AI is driving a lot of the requirements. And so Modular is building and designing and driving Mojo forward. And it's not because it's an interesting project theoretically to build. It's because we need it. And so at Modular, we're really tackling the AI infrastructure and obviously tackle GPUs and CPUs and like these AI things. But it's also a really great way to build NumPy of the world and help people have one thing.
Optimize by having one thing.
Over a year ago, we started this company called Modular.
Yeah.
Okay, what Modular is about is it's about taking AI and up-leveling it into the next generation, right? And so if you take a step back, what's gone on in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and what's happened is these things have grown like crazy, and they get tons of users. It's in production deployment scenarios. It's being used to power so many systems. I mean, AI is all around us now. It used to be controversial years ago, but now it's a thing. But the challenge with these systems is that they haven't always been thought out with current demands. 8 years ago, well, they didn't exist, right? AI has changed so much, and a lot of what people are doing today are very different than when these systems were built. And meanwhile, the hardware side of this has gotten into a huge mess. There's tons of new chips and accelerators, and every big company is announcing a new chip every day, it feels like. And so between that, you have like this moving system on one side, moving system on the other side, and it just turns into this gigantic mess, which makes it very difficult for people to actually use AI, particularly in production deployment scenarios. And so what Modular is doing is we're helping build out that software stack to help solve some of those problems, so then people can be more productive and get more AI research into production. Now, what Mojo does is it's a really, really, really important piece of that. And so that is, a part of that engine and part of the technology that allows us to solve these problems.
So Mojo is a programming language that allows you to do closer and closer to the hardware.
So take a step back. So Lex, what do you love about Python?
Oh boy, where do I begin? What is love? What do I love about Python?
You're a guy who knows love. I know this.
Yes. How intuitive it is. How it feels like I'm writing natural language, English. How when I can not just write, but read other people's code, somehow I can understand it faster. It's more condensed than other languages, like ones I'm really familiar with, like C++ and C. There's a bunch of sexy little features.
Yeah.
We'll probably talk about some of them, but list comprehensions and stuff like this.
So, and don't forget the entire ecosystem of all the packages.
Oh yeah, there's probably huge.
Because there's always something. If you want to do anything, there's always a package.
Yeah, so it's not just the ecosystem of the packages and the ecosystem of the humans that do it. That's an interesting dynamic.
That's
because
huge.
I think something about the usability and the ecosystem makes the thing viral. It grows, and then it's a virtuous cycle, I think.
Well, and there's many things that went into that. Like, so I think that ML was very good for Python. And so I think that TensorFlow and PyTorch and these systems embracing Python really took and helped Python grow. But I think that the major thing underlying it is that Python's like the universal connector, right? It really helps bring together lots of different systems so you can compose them and build out larger systems without having to understand how it works. But then what is the problem with Python?
Well, I guess you could say several things, but probably that it's slow.
I think that's usually what people complain about, right? And so, I mean, other people would complain about tabs and spaces versus curly braces or whatever. But I mean, those people are just wrong, because it is actually just better to use indentation.
Wow, strong words. So actually, I just have a small tangent. Let's actually take that. Let's take all kinds of tangents.
Oh, come on, Lex, you can push me on. I can take it.
Design. Listen, I've recently left Emacs for VS Code. And
Okay.
the kind of hate mail I had to receive, because on the way to doing that, I also said I've considered Vim.
Yep.
And chose not to, and went with VS Code. And
You're
just
touching on deep religions, right?
anyway, Tabs is an interesting design decision, and so you've really written a new programming language here. Yes, it is a superset of Python, but you can make a bunch of different interesting decisions here.
Totally, yeah.
And you chose actually to.
So let me explain why. Right. So, I mean, you can explain this in many rational ways. I think that the indentation is beautiful, but that's not a rational explanation, right? So, but I can defend it rationally, right? So, first of all, Python 1 has millions of programmers.
Yeah.
It is huge. It's everywhere. It owns machine learning, right? And so, factually, it is the thing, right? People run automatic formatters. So now what you end up with is indentation and curly braces. You know, the notion of grouping, why not have one thing, right? And get rid of all the clutter and have a more beautiful thing, right? Also, you look at many of these languages, it's like, okay, well, you can have curly braces, or you can omit them if there's one statement, or you just like enter this entire world of complicated design space that objectively you don't need if you have Python style indentation. So
Yeah, I would love to actually see statistics on errors made because of indentation. How many errors are made in Python versus in C++ that have to do with basic formatting, all that kind of stuff? I would love to see.
I think it's probably pretty minor, because once you get like you use VS Code, I do too. So if you get VS Code set up, it does the indentation for you generally, right? And so you don't, you know, it's actually really nice to not have to fight it. And then what you can see is the editor is telling you how your code will work by indenting it, which I think is pretty cool.
I honestly don't think I don't remember having an error in Python because I indented stuff wrong.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that there's, again, this is a religious thing, and so I can joke about it, and I love to kind of, you know, I realize that this is such a polarizing thing, and everyone wants to argue about it, and so I like poking at the bear a little bit, right? But frankly, right, come back to the first point, Python 1. Like, it's huge, it's an AI, it's the right thing. For us, like, we see Mojo as being an incredible part of the Python ecosystem. We're not looking to break Python or change it or quote unquote fix it. We love Python for what it is. Our view is that Python is just not done yet. And so if you look at, you know, you mentioned Python being slow. Well, there's a couple of different things that go into that, which we can talk about if you want. But one of them is that it just doesn't have those features that you would use to do C-like programming. And so if you say, okay, well, I'm forced out of Python into C for certain use cases, well, then what we're doing is we're saying, okay, well, why is that? Can we just add those features that are missing, plus not be forced out of it when you do something a little bit more computationally intense or weird or hardware-y or whatever it is that you're doing?
Well, a million questions I want to ask, but
Yeah.
high level again, is it compiled or is it an interpreted language? So Python is just-in-time compilation. What's Mojo?
So Mojo, a complicated answer, does all the things.
Mhm.
So it's interpreted, it's JIT compiled, and it's statically compiled. And so this is for a variety of reasons. One of the things that makes Python beautiful is that it's very dynamic. And because it's dynamic, one of the things they added is that it has this powerful metaprogramming feature. And so if you look at something like PyTorch or TensorFlow, or I mean, even a simple use case, like you define a class that has the plus method, right? You can overload the dunder methods like dunder add, for example, and then the plus method works on your class. And so it has very nice and very expressive dynamic metaprogramming features. In Mojo, we want all those features to come in. Like, we don't want to break Python, we want it all to work, but the dynamic features on an embedded processor or on a GPU, right? Or if you could, you probably don't want to just because of the performance. And so we entered this question of saying, okay, how do you get the power of this dynamic metaprogramming into a language that has to be super efficient in specific cases? And so what we did was we said, okay, we'll take that interpreter. Python has an interpreter in it, right? Take that interpreter and allow it to run at compile time. And so now what you get is you get compile time metaprogramming. And so this is super interesting and super powerful, because one of the big advantages you get is you get Python style expressive APIs. You get the ability to have overloaded operators. And if you look at what happens inside of like PyTorch, for example, with automatic differentiation and eager mode, like all these things, they're using these really dynamic and powerful features at runtime. But we can take those features and lift them so that they run at compile time.
So because C++ does metaprogramming with templates, but it's really messy.
It's super messy. It's always. My interpretation is that it was made accidentally powerful. It was not designed to be Turing complete, for example, but that was discovered kind of along the way accidentally. And so there have been a number of languages in the space. And so they usually have templates or code instantiation, code copying features of various sorts. Some more modern languages or some more newer languages, let's say, like, they're fairly unknown, like Zig, for example, says, okay, well, let's take all of those types that you can run all those things you can do at runtime and allow them to happen at compile time.
There we go.
Is
wrong words. We're gonna offend everybody today.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, everybody hates me for a variety of reasons. But one of the problems with it is that the metaprogram runtime programming world. And so if you do metaprogramming and programming, it's just like a different universe, different syntax, different concepts, different stuff going on. And so, again, one of our goals with Mojo is to make things really easy to use, easy to learn. And so there's a natural stepping stone. And so as you do this, you say, okay, well, I have to do programming at runtime. I have to do programming at compile time. Why are these different things?
How hard is it to pull that off? That sounds really, really exciting because you can do the same style programming at compile time and at runtime. That's really, really exciting.
Yep. And so, I mean, in terms of the compiler implementation details, it's hard. I won't be shy about that. It's super hard. It requires, I mean, what Mojo has underneath the covers is a completely new upon these technologies like MLIR that you mentioned, but it also includes other like caching and other interpreters and JIT compilers and other stuff like that.
So you have like an interpreter inside
within the compiler, yes. And so it really takes the standard model of programming languages and kind of twists it and unifies it with the runtime model, right? Which I think is really cool. And to me, the value of that is that, again, many of these languages have metaprogramming features, like they grow macros or something, right? Lisp, right? Yes, I know your roots, right? And this is a powerful thing, right? And so, if you go back to Lisp, one of the most powerful things about it is that it said that the metaprogramming and the programming are the same, right? And so that made it way simpler, way more consistent, way easier to understand, reason about, and it made it more composable. So if you go to library, you can use it both at runtime and compile time, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and then for machine learning, I think metaprogramming, I think we could generally say, is extremely useful. And so you get features. I mean, I'll jump around, but there's the feature of auto-tuning and adaptive compilation just blows my mind.
Yeah. Well, so let's come back to that.
Sure.
So,
all right.
So what is machine learning? Like what is a machine learning model? Like you take a PyTorch model of the internet, right? It's really interesting to me because what PyTorch and what TensorFlow and all these frameworks are kind of pushing compute into is they're pushing into like this abstract specification of a compute problem, which then gets mapped in a whole bunch of different ways, right? And so this is why it became a metaprogramming problem. So you want to be able to say, cool, I have this neural net, now run it with batch size 1,000, right? Do a mapping across batch, or okay, I want to take this problem, now run it across 1,000 CPUs or GPUs, right? And so like this problem of like describe the compute and then map it and do things and transform it are like actually it's very profound, and that's one of them.
Maybe can you describe auto-tuning and how do you pull off? I mean, I guess adaptive compilation is what we're talking about, is metaprogramming.
Yeah.
How do you pull off auto-tuning? I mean, is that as profound as I think it is? It just seems like a really, like, we'll mention list comprehensions. To me, from a quick glance at Mojo, which, by the way, I have to absolutely, like, dive in.
So what is auto-tuning? So take a step back. Auto-tuning is a feature in Mojo. It's not, so very, very little of what we're doing is actually research. Like many of these ideas have existed in other systems and other places, and so what we're doing is we're pulling together good ideas, remixing them, and making them into hopefully a beautiful system, right? And so auto-tuning, the observation is that turns out hardware systems, algorithms are really complicated. Turns out, maybe you don't actually want to know how the hardware works, right? A lot of people don't, right? And so there are lots of really smart hardware people. I know a lot about, okay, the cache size is this, and the number of registers is that. And if you use this length of vector, it's going to be super efficient because it maps directly onto what it can do, and like all this kind of stuff. Or the GPU has SMs and it has a warp size of whatever, right? All the stuff that goes into these things, or the tile size of a TPU is 128, like these factoids, right? My belief is that most normal people, and I love hardware people also, I'm not trying to offend literally everybody in the internet, but most programmers actually don't want to know this stuff, right? And so if you come at it from the perspective of how do we allow people to build both more abstracted but also more portable code, because it could be that the vector length changes, or the cache size changes, or it could be that the tile size of your matrix changes, or the number, an A100 versus an H100 versus a Volta versus a whatever GPU have different characteristics, right? A lot of the algorithms, but the parameters, these magic numbers you have to fill in, end up being really fiddly numbers that an expert has to go figure out. And so what auto tuning does is says, okay, well, guess what? There's a lot of compute out there. Right? So instead of having humans go randomly try all the things, or do a grid search, or go search some complicated multidimensional space, how about we have computers do that? Right? And so what auto tuning does is you can say, hey, here's my algorithm. If it's a matrix operation or something like that, you can say, okay, I'm going to carve it up into blocks. I'm going to do those blocks in parallel, and I want this with 128 things that I'm running on. I want to cut it this way or that way or whatever. And you can say, hey, go see which one's actually empirically better on this system.
And then the result of that, you cache for that system.
Yep.
You save it.
And so come back to twisting your compiler brain, right? So not only does the compiler have an interpreter that's used to do metaprogramming, that compiler, that interpreter, that metaprogramming now has to actually take your code and go run it on a target machine. see which one it likes the best, and then stitch it in and then keep going, right?
So part of the compilation is machine specific.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, this is right. Ultimate performance is important for couple of reasons, right? So if you're an enterprise, you're looking to save costs and compute and things like this. Ultimate performance translates to fewer servers. Like if you care about the environment, hey, better performance leads to more efficiency. Right? I mean, you could joke and say Python's bad for the environment, right? And so if you move to Mojo, it's like at least 10x better just out of the box, and keep going, right? But performance is also interesting because it leads to better products. And so in the space of machine learning, right, if you reduce the latency of a model so that it runs faster, so every time you query the server running the model, it takes less time, well, then the product team can go and make the model bigger. Well, that actually makes it so you have a better experience as a customer. And so a lot of people care about that.
So for auto tuning, for like tile size, you mentioned 128 for TPU, you would specify like a bunch of options to try just in the code, just simple statement, and then you can just set and forget and know. Depending on wherever it compiles, it'll actually be the fastest.
And yeah, exactly. And the beauty of this is that it helps you in a whole bunch of different ways, right? So if you're building, so often what will happen is that you've written a bunch of software yourself, right? You wake up one day, you say, I have an idea, I'm going to go put up some code. I get to work, I forget about it, I move on with life. I come back 6 months or a year or 2 years or 3 years later, you dust it off and you go use it again in a new environment. Mm-hmm. And maybe your GPU is different. Maybe you're running on a server instead of a laptop, maybe whatever, right? And so the problem now is you say, okay, well, I mean, again, not everybody cares about performance, but if you do, you say, okay, well, I want to take advantage of all these new features. I don't want to break the old thing though, right? And so the typical way of handling this kind of stuff before is, if you're talking about C++ templates, or you're talking about C with macros, you end up with if-defs, you get like all these weird things get layered in, make the code super complicated, and then how do you test it? Right? It becomes this crazy complexity, multidimensional space that you have to worry about. And, that just doesn't scale very well.
Actually, let me just jump around before I go to some specific features. Like the increase in performance here that we're talking about can be just insane. You write that Mojo can provide a 35,000x speed up over Python. How does it do that?
Yeah, so I can even do more, but we'll get to that. So first of all, when we say that, we're talking about what's called CPython. It's the default Python that everybody uses. When you type Python 3, that's like typically the one you use, right? CPython is an interpreter. And so interpreters, they have an extra layer of like bytecodes and things like this that they have to go read, parse, interpret, and it makes them kind of slow from that perspective. And so one of the first things we do is we move to a compiler. And so just moving to a compiler, getting the interpreter out of the loop is 2 to 5 to 10x speed up, depending on the code. So just out of the gate, just using more modern techniques, right? Now, if you do that, one of the things you can do is you can start to look at how CPython started to lay out data. Necessarily, but this is just sets of decisions, is that if you take an integer, for example, it'll put it in an object. Because in Python, everything's an object. And so they do the very logical thing of keeping the memory representation of all objects the same. So passing around a pointer to the data. Well, this has overhead. And it turns out that modern computers don't like chasing pointers very much and things like this. It means that you have to allocate the data. It means you have to reference count it, which is another way that Python uses to keep track of memory. And so this has a lot of overhead. And so if you say, okay, let's try to get that out of the heap, out of a box, out of an indirection, and into the registers.
Mhm.
That's another 10x.
So it adds up
More.
if you're reference counting every single thing you create, that adds up.
Yeah, and if you look at, people complain about the Python GIL. This is one of the things that hurts parallelism. That's because of the reference counting. Right, and so the GIL and reference counting are very tightly intertwined in Python. It's not the only thing, but it's very tightly intertwined. And so then you lean into this and you say, okay, cool. Well, modern computers, they can do more than one operation at a time. So they have vectors. What is a vector? Well, a vector allows you to take one, instead of taking one piece of data, doing an add or a multiply, and then picking up the next one, you can now do 4 or 8 or 16 or 32 at a time. You have like additional things, like you can control the memory hierarchy. The library gives very nice features. So you can say, just parallelize this, do this in parallel, right? So it's very, very powerful, go fast, because it's just kind of an adrenaline rush to see like how fast you can get things.
Before I talk about some of the interesting stuff with parallelization and all that, let's first talk about like the basics. We talked to indentation, right? So this thing looks like Python. It's sexy and beautiful. So what's the role of types?
Yeah, good question. So Python has types. It has strings, it has integers, it has dictionaries, and like all that stuff, but they all live at runtime, right? And so because all those types live at runtime in Python, you don't have to spell them. Python also has like this whole typing thing going on now, and a lot of people use it.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about that. That's kind of if you want, but typically the you just say I have a def, and my def takes 2 parameters. I'm going to call them A and B, and I don't have to write a type. Okay, so that is great, but what that does is that forces what's called a consistent representation. So these things have to be a pointer to an object with the object header, and they all have to look the same. And then when you dispatch a method, you go through all the same different paths, no matter what the receiver, whatever that type is. So what Mojo does is it allows you to have more than one kind of type. And so what it does is allows you to say, okay, cool, I have an object, and objects behave like Python does. And so it's fully dynamic, and that's all great. And for many things, classes, like that's all very powerful and very important. But if you want to say, hey, it's an integer, and it's 32 bits or 64 bits or whatever it is, or it's a floating point value, it's 64 bits, well, then the compiler can take that and it can use that to do way better optimization. And it turns out, again, getting rid of the indirections, that's huge. It means you can get better code completion because you have, because the compiler knows what the type is, and so it knows what operations work on it. And so that's actually pretty huge. And so what Mojo does is it allows you to progressively adopt types into your program. So you can start, again, it's compatible with Python. And so then you can add however many types you want, wherever you want them. And if you don't want to deal with it, you don't have to deal with it. Right? And so one of our opinions on this is that it's not that types are the right thing or the wrong thing. It's that they're a useful thing.
Which is kind of optional. It's not strict typing. Like you don't have to specify type.
Exactly.
Okay, so it's starting from the thing that Python's kind of reaching towards right now with trying to inject types into it.
With a very different approach, but yes. Yeah.
What's the different approach? I'm actually one of the people that have not been using types very much in Python.
It's okay. Why did you sigh?
It's just, well, because I know the importance. It's like adults use strict typing, and so I refuse to grow up in that sense. It's a kind of rebellion, but I just know that it probably reduces the amount of errors, even just forget about performance improvements. It probably reduces errors when you do strict typing.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's interesting if you look at that, right? And the reason I'm giving you a hard time,
Yes.
man, is that there's this cultural norm, this pressure, this like there has to be a right way to do things. Like
Yes.
only grown-ups only do it one way, and if you
Yes.
don't do that, you should feel bad,
Yes.
right? Like some people feel like Python's a guilty pleasure or something.
Mm-hmm.
And cool, I understand history and I understand kind of deploy. Well, what do you want to deploy? Well, you care about performance, or you care about predictability, or you want a tiny thing on the server that has no dependencies, or you have objectives that you're trying to make sure you're passing the right thing. Sure, you can add a type. If you don't care, you're prototyping some stuff, you're hacking some things out, you're like doing the right thing or the thing that feels good. Now, if you're in a team, right, you're working at some massive internet company and you have 400 million lines of Python code, well, they may have a house rule that you use types.
Yeah.
Right, because it makes it easier for different humans to talk to each other and understand what's going on and bugs at scale, right? And so there are lots of good reasons why you might want to use types, but that doesn't mean that everybody should use them all the time, right? So what Mojo does is it says, cool, well, allow people to use types, and if you use types, you get nice things out of it, right? You get better performance and things like this, right? But Mojo is a full compatible superset of Python, right? And so that means it has to work without types. It has to support all the dynamic things, has to support all the packages, it has to support for comprehension, list comprehensions, and things like that. That's right. And so that starting point, I think, is really important. And I think that getting migration from Python 2 to Python 3, right? This migration took many years, and it was very painful for many teams, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things that went on in that. I'm not an expert in all the details, and I honestly don't want to be. I don't want the world to have to go through that.
Yeah.
Right. And people can ignore Mojo, and if it's not their thing, that's cool. But if they want to use Mojo, I don't want them to have to rewrite all their code.
Yeah, I mean, the superset part is just, I mean, there's so much brilliant stuff here. That definitely is incredible. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But first of all, how's the typing implemented differently in Python versus Mojo?
Yeah.
So this heterogeneous flexibility, you said, is differently implemented.
Yeah. So I'm not a full expert in the whole backstory on types in Python. So I'll give you that. I can give you my understanding. My understanding is basically, like many dynamic languages, the ecosystem, like string or an int, or like these basic things, right? And so what the Python community started doing is it started saying, okay, let's have tools on the side, checker tools, right, that go and like enforce invariance, check for bugs, try to identify things. These are called static analysis tools generally. And so these tools run over your code and try to look for bugs. What ended up happening is there's so many of these things, so many different weird patterns and different approaches on specifying the types and different things going on, that the Python community realized and recognized, hey, there's the thing here. And so what they started to do is they started to standardize the syntax for adding types to Python. Now, one of the challenges that they had is that they're coming from kind of this fragmented world where there's lots of different tools, they have different trade-offs and interpretations, and the types mean different things. And so, now that's beautiful because you can extend it, you can do cool. Right, build your own tools. You can build your own house linter or something like that, right? But it's also a problem because any existing Python program may be using different tools, and they have different interpretations. And so if you adopt somebody's package into your ecosystem, try to run the tool you prefer, it may throw out tons of weird errors and warnings and problems just because it's incompatible with how these things work. Also because they're added late and they're not checked by the Python interpreter, it's all a requirement. Also, the CPython implementation can't use them for performance, and so it's really,
I think that's the big one, right? So you can't utilize for the compilation, for the just-in-time compilation. Okay.
Yep, exactly. And this all comes back to the design principle of they're kind of hints. They're kind of, the definition's a little bit murky. It's unclear exactly the interpretation in a bunch of cases, and so because of that, you can't actually Even if you want to, it's really difficult to use them to say like it is going to be an int, and if it's not, it's a problem, right? A lot of code would break if you did that. So you can still use those kind of type annotations, it's fine. But in Mojo, if you declare a type and you use it, then it means it is going to be that type. And the compiler helps you check that and enforce it, and it's safe. And it's not a like best effort hint kind of a thing.
So if you try to shove a string type thing into an integer,
You get an error
and you get
compiler.
from the compiler compile time. Nice. Okay, what kind of basic types are there?
Yeah, so Mojo is pretty hardcore in terms of what it tries to do in the language, which is the philosophy there is that we, again, if you look at Python, right? Python's a beautiful language because it's so extensible, right? And so all of the different structs, classes are dynamic, structs are static, strings and ints and floats and arrays and all that kind of stuff in the language, right? And so that's really cool because compiler language type of person, what I want to do is I want to get magic out of the compiler and put it in the libraries. Because if somebody can, if we can build an integer that's beautiful and it has an amazing API and it does all the things you'd expect an integer to do, if you don't like it, maybe you want a big integer, maybe you want a like sideways integer, I don't know, like what all the space of integers are, then, and it's not a second class citizen. And so if you look at certain other languages like C++, one I also love and use a lot, int is hard-coded in the language, but complex is not. And so isn't it kind of weird that you have this std complex class, but you have int, and complex tries to look like a natural numeric type and things like this, but integers and floating point have these like special promotion rules and other things like that that are magic and they're hacked into the compiler. And because of that, you can't actually make something that works like the built-in types.
Is there something provided as a standard? Because because it's AI first,
Better. That's not our strength right now. Give us 6 months or a year, and I think it'll be way better. But design and refine and drive this forward.
So one of the exciting things we should mention here is that this is new and fresh. This cake is unbaked, ready to be consumed.
Yep, that's very fair. It is very useful, but it's very useful if you're a super low-level programmer right now. And what we're doing is we're working our way up the stack. And so the way I would look at Mojo today in May in 2023 is that it's like a 0.1. So I think that a year from now, it's going to be way more interesting to a variety of people. But what we're doing is we decided to release it early so that people can get access to it and play with it, and we can build it with the community. We have a big roadmap, fully published, being transparent about this, and a lot of people are involved in this stuff. And so what we're doing is we're really optimizing for building this thing the right way. And building it the right way is kind of interesting working with the community because everybody wants it yesterday.
It broke.
Maybe that straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, exactly. And so it could be very stressful to work through the design of various features here, given that the community is so richly involved.
Well, so I've been doing open. Yeah. Generally, I want people to be happy, right? And so the challenge is that again we're tapping into some deep-seated long tensions and pressures, both in the Python world, but also in the AI world. And so people just want us to move faster, right? And so again, our decision was let's release this early. Let's get people used to it or access to it and play with it, and let's build it in the open, which we could have had the language monk sitting in the cloister up on the hilltop, beavering away trying to build something. But in my experience, you get something that's way better if you work with the community. Right. And so yes, it can be frustrating, can be challenging for lots of people involved. And if you mentioned our Discord, we have over 10,000 people on the Discord, 11,000 people or something. Keep in mind, we released Mojo 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So
very active.
So it's very. But what that means is that 10, 11,000 people all will want something different, right? And so what we've done is we've tried to say, okay, cool. Here's our roadmap. Here, and the roadmap isn't completely arbitrary. It's based on here's the logical order in which to build these features or add these capabilities and things like that. And what we've done is we've spun really fast on like bug fixes, and so we actually have very few bugs, which is cool. I mean, actually for a project in the state, but then what we're doing is we're dropping in features very deliberately.
I mean, this is fun to watch because you got the two gigantic communities of like hardware, like systems engineers, and then you have the machine learning Python people that are like higher level.
Yeah,
and it's just two like army like
they've been at war. Yeah, they've been at war, right? And so here's
a
the
Tolkien
test.
novel or something.
Well,
Okay,
so here's the test. And again, like it's super funny for something that's only been out for 2 weeks, right? People are so impatient, right? But okay, cool. Let's fast forward a year. Like in a year's time, Mojo will be at many different problems. I want to make sure we do it right. Right? There's like a responsibility you feel because if you mess it up, right? There's very few opportunities to do projects like this and have them really have impact on the world. If we do it right, then maybe we can take those feuding armies and actually heal some of those wounds.
yeah, this
Right?
is like this feels like a
When are we?
yeah.
We all want beautiful things. We all want something that's nice. We all want to be able to work together. We all want our stuff to be used, right? And so if we can help heal that, now I'm not optimistic that all people will use Mojo and they'll stop using C++. That's not my goal, right? But if we can heal some of that, I think that'd be pretty interesting. We tell them no.
Okay, it comes from immutability. So what's this var and this let thing that we got going on?
Right? So in Python, you have a pointer to an array, right? And so you pass that pointer to an array. Around to things. If you pass into a function, maybe take that and scroll it away in some other data structure. So you get your array back, and you go to complicated and leaves lots of bugs, right? And so one of the things that, again, this is not something Mojo forces on you, but something Mojo enables is a thing called value semantics. And what value semantics do is they take collections like arrays, like dictionaries, also tensors and strings and things like this that are much higher level and make them behave what it makes it look like. If you pass you an array, it's your array, you can go do what you want to it. You're not going to hurt my array. Now, that is an interesting and very powerful design principle. It defines away a ton of bugs. You have to be careful to implement it in an efficient way.
Is there a performance hit that's significant?
Generally not, if you implement it the right way, but it requires a lot of very low level getting the language right bits.
I assume there'd be a huge performance hit because it's a really the benefit is really nice because you don't get into
Absolutely. Well, the trick is you can't do copies, so you have to provide the behavior of copying without doing the copy.
Yeah, how do you do that? How do you do that?
It's not magic. It's just it's actually pretty cool. Well, so first, before we talk about how that works, let's talk about how it works in Python, right? So in Python, you define a person class, or maybe person class is a bad idea. You define a database class, right? And a database class has something like that, right? And so the problem is that if you pass in a record, or you shouldn't change it after you put it in the database, right? This is
You just kind of have to know that.
You just have to kind of know that, right? And so you roll out version 1 of the database. You just kind of have to know that. Of course, Lex uses his own database, right?
Yeah.
Right? Because you built it. You understand how this works, right? Somebody else joins the team. They don't know this, right? And so now they suddenly get bugs. You're having to maintain the database. You shake your fist. You argue. The 10th time this happens, you're like, okay, we have to do something different, right? And so what you do is you go change your Python code, and you change your database class to copy the record every time you add it. And so what ends up happening is you say, okay, I will do what's called a defensive copy inside the database. And then that way, if somebody passes something in, I will have my own copy of it, and they can go do whatever, and they're not going to break my thing. Okay, this is usually the two design patterns. If you look in PyTorch, for example, this is cloning a tensor. Like there's a specific thing, and you have to know where to call it. And if you don't call it in the right place, you get these bugs, and this is state of the art, right? So a different approach, so it's used in many languages, so I've worked with it in Swift, is you say, okay, well, let's provide value semantics. And so do that lazily. And so what we do is you say, okay, if you pass something into a function, it doesn't actually make a copy. What it actually does is it just increments a reference to it. If you pass it around, you stick it in your database, it can go in the database, you own it. and then you come back out of the stack. Nobody's copied anything. You come back out of the stack, and then the caller lets go of it. Well, then you've just handed it off to the database. You've transferred it, and there's no copies made. Now, on the other hand, if your coworker goes and hands you a record and you pass it in, you stick it in the database, and then you go to town and you start modifying it, what happens is you get a copy lazily on demand. And so what this does is gives you copies only when you need them. And it also, so it defines away the bugs, but also generally reduces the number of copies in practice. And so,
But the implementation details are tricky here. I assume
yeah,
with the-
so this is, yes.
something with reference counting, but to make it performant across a number of different kinds of objects.
Yeah, well, so you need a couple of things. And so there's many, so this concept has existed in many different worlds. And so again, it's not novel research at all, right? The magic is getting the design right so that you can do this in a reasonable way, right? And so there's a number of components that go into this. One is when you're passing around, so we're talking about Python and reference counting at the expense of doing that. When you're passing values around, you don't want to do extra reference counting for no good reason. And so you have to make sure that you're efficient and you transfer ownership instead of duplicating references and things like that, which is a very low, Mojo has to be compatible with Python. So of course the default list is a reference semantic list. It works the way you'd expect in Python, but then you have to design a value semantic list. And so you just have to implement that, and then you implement the logic within. And so the role of the language here is to provide all the low-level hooks that allow the author of the type to be able to get and express this behavior without forcing it into all cases or hard coding this into the language itself.
But there's ownership, so you're constantly transferring, you're tracking who owns the thing.
Yes, and so there's a whole system called ownership, and so this is related to work done in the Rust community. Also, the Swift community has done a bunch of work, and there's a bunch of different other languages that have all kind of. C++ actually has copy constructors and destructors and things like that, and so, and I mean, C++ has everything. So it has move constructors and has like this whole world of things, and so this is a body of work that's kind of been developing for many, many years now, and so Mojo takes some of the best ideas out of all these systems and then remixes it in a nice way so that you get the power of something like the Rust programming language, but you don't have to deal with it when you don't want to, which is a major thing in terms of teaching and learning and being able to use and scale these systems.
How does that play with argument conventions? What are they? Why are they important? How does the value semantics, how does the transfer ownership work with the arguments when they're passing to functions?
Yeah, so if you go deep into systems programming land, so this isn't, again, it's not something for everybody, but if you go deep into systems programming land, what you encounter is these types that get weird. So if you're used to Python, you think about everything, I can just copy it around, I can go change it and mutate it and do these things, and it's all cool. If you get into systems programming land, you get into these things like I have an atomic number, or I have a mutex, or I have a uniquely owned database handle, things like this, right? So these types you can't necessarily copy. Sometimes you can't necessarily even move them to a different address. And so what Mojo allows you to do is, and by doing that, what you can say is okay, if I'm defining something weird, like a atomic number or something, it's like it has to be, so an atomic number is an area in memory that multiple threads can access at a time without without locks, right? And so like the definition of an atomic number is multiple different things, what it means. And so that's an example of a type that you can't copy, you can't move it. Like once you create it, it has to be where it was, right? Now, if you look at many other examples, like a database handle, right? So, okay, well, what happens? How do you copy a database handle? Do you copy the whole database? That's not something you necessarily want to do. There's a lot of types like that where you want to be able to say that they are uniquely owned. So there's always one of this thing, or if I create a thing, I don't copy it. And so what Mojo allows you to do is it allows you to say, hey, I want to pass around a reference to this thing without copying it. And so it has borrowed conventions. So you can say you can use it, but you don't get to change it. You can pass it by mutable rules, all that kind of stuff.
So it's just a really nice implementation of like C++ has the
References.
kinds of pointers.
Yeah, it has pointers.
Smart, different kinds of implementations of smart pointers that you can explicitly define this allows. But you're saying that's more like the weird case versus the common case.
Well, it depends on where. I mean, I don't think I'm a normal person, so
Yes.
I mean, I'm not one to call other people weird.
Yeah.
But but you know, if you talk to a normal Python, a typical Python programmer, you're typically not thinking about this, right? This is a lower level of abstraction. Now, if you talk to a C++ programmer, certainly if you talk to a Rust programmer, again, they're not weird. They're delightful. Like these are all good people, right? Those folks will think about it all the time. Right, and so I look at this as there's a spectrum between very deep, low-level systems. I'm going to go poke the bits and care about how they're laid out in memory, all the way up to application and scripting and other things like this. And so it's not that anybody's right or wrong. It's about how do we build one system that scales.
By the way, the idea of an atomic number has been something that always brought me deep happiness, because the flip side of that, the idea that threads can just modify stuff asynchronously. So the whole idea of concurrent programming is a source of infinite stress for me.
Well, so this is where you jump into, you know, again, you zoom out and get out of programming languages or compilers and just look at what the industry has done. My mind is constantly blown by this, right? And you look at what, you know, Moore's Law. Moore's Law is this idea that, like, computers for a long time, single thread performance just got faster and faster and faster and faster for free. But then physics and other things intervened, and power consumption, like other things started to matter. And so what ended up happening is we went from single core computers to multi-core. Then we went to accelerators. Right? And this trend towards specialization of hardware is only going to continue. And so for years, us programming language nerds and compiler people have been saying, okay, well, how do we tackle multi-core? Right? For a while, it was like, multi-core is the future. We have to get on top of this thing. And then it was, multi-core is the default. What are we doing with this thing? And then it's like, there's chips with hundreds of cores in them. what happened, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm super inspired by the fact that, you know, in the face of this, you know, those machine learning people invented this idea of a tensor, right? And what is a tensor? A tensor is an arithmetic and algebraic concept. It's like an abstraction around a gigantic parallelizable data set, right? And because of that, and because of things like TensorFlow and PyTorch, we're able to say, okay, we'll express the math of the system. This enables you to do automatic differentiations, enables you to do like all these cool things. And it's an abstract representation. Because you have that abstract representation, you can now map it onto these parallel machines without having to control, okay, put that byte here, put that byte there, put that byte there. And this has enabled an explosion in terms of AI, compute, accelerators, like all the stuff. And so that's super, super exciting.
What about the deployment, the execution across multiple machines?
Yeah.
So you write that the modular compute platform dynamically partitions models with billions of parameters and distributes their execution across multiple machines, enabling unparalleled efficiency. By the way, the use of unparalleled in that sentence, anyway, enabling unparalleled efficiency, scale, and reliability for the largest workloads. So how do you do this abstraction of distributed deployment of large?
Yeah, so one of the really interesting tensions, so there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into that. I'll pick a random walkthrough. If you go back and replay the history of machine learning, right? I mean, the brief, most recent history of machine learning, because this is, as you know, very deep. I knew Lex when he had an AI podcast. Yes. Right. Yeah. So if you look at just TensorFlow and PyTorch, which is pretty recent history in the big picture, right? But TensorFlow is all about graphs. PyTorch, I think, pretty unarguably ended up winning. And why did it win? Mostly because of usability, right? And the usability of PyTorch is, I think, huge. And I think, again, that's a huge testament to the power of taking abstract, theoretical, technical concepts and bringing it to the masses, right? Now, the challenge with what the tensor used for researchers, but it was actually pretty good for, not super great for deployment, right? And so I think that we as an industry have been struggling. And if you look at what deploying a machine learning model today means, is that you'll have researchers who are, I mean, wicked smart, of course, but they're wicked smart at model architecture and data and calculus and like they're wicked smart in various domains. They don't want to know anything about the hardware or deployment or C++ or things like this, right? And so what's happened is you get people who train the model, they throw events, and then you have people that try to deploy the model. Well, every time you have a team A does X, they throw it over the fence, and team Y does team B does Y, like you have a problem because, of course, it never works the first time. And so you throw it over the fence, they figure out, okay, it's too slow, won't fit, doesn't use the right operator, the tool crashes, whatever the problem is, then they have to throw it back over the fence. And every time you throw a thing over a fence, it takes 3 weeks of project managers and meetings and things like this. And so what we've seen today is that getting models in production can take weeks or months. It's not atypical, right? I talk to lots of people, and you talk about like VP of software at some internet company trying to deploy a model, and they're like, why do I need a team of 45 people? And if you dig into this, every layer is problematic. So if you look at the language piece, I mean, this is tip of the iceberg. It's a very exciting tip of the iceberg for folks, but you've got Python on one side and C++ on the other side. Python doesn't really deploy. I mean, it can theoretically, technically in some cases, but often a lot of production teams will want to get things out of Python because they get their performance and control and whatever else. So Mojo can help with that. If you look at serving, so you talk about gigantic models. Well, a gigantic model won't fit on one machine, right? And so now you have this model, it's written in Python, it has to be rewritten in C++. Now it also has to be carved up so that half of it runs on one machine, half of it runs on another machine, or maybe it runs on 10 machines. Well, so now suddenly the complexity is exploding, right? And the reason for this is that if you look into TensorFlow, PyTorch, these systems, they weren't really designed for this world, right? They were designed for, back in the day when we were starting and doing things, where it was a different, much simpler world. If you want to run ResNet 50 or some ancient model architecture like this, it was a completely different world.
Trained on one GPU,
exactly.
Doing
AlexNet,
one GPU.
yeah, AlexNet, right? The major breakthrough, and the world has changed, right? And so now the challenge is that TensorFlow, PyTorch, these systems, they weren't actually designed for LLMs. Like that was not a thing. And so where TensorFlow actually has amazing power in terms of scale and deployment and things like that. And I think Google is, I mean, maybe not unmatched, but they're like incredible in terms of their capabilities and gigantic scale. Many researchers using PyTorch, right? And so PyTorch doesn't have those same capabilities. And so what Modular can do is it can help with that. Now, if you take a step back and say, like, what is Modular doing, right? So Modular has like a bitter enemy that we're fighting against in the industry. And it's one of these things where everybody knows it, but nobody is usually willing to talk about it. Like all around, it's like fish can't see water. It's complexity. Accelerators, all these software, massive complexity over there. You look at what's happening on the modeling side, massive amount of complexity. Like things are changing all the time. People are inventing. Turns out the research is not done, right? And so people want to be able to move fast. Transformers are amazing, but there's a ton of diversity even within transformers. And what's the next transformer, right? And you look into serving, also huge amounts of complexity. It turns out that all the cloud providers, right, have all their very weird but very cool hardware for networking, all this kind of stuff, and it's all very complicated. People aren't using it. You look at classical serving, right? There's this whole world of people who know how to write high-performance servers with zero-copy networking, like all this fancy, right? And why is that? Well, it's because, again, these systems have been built up over many years. They haven't been rethought. There hasn't been a first principles approach to this. And so what Modular is doing is we're saying, okay, we've built many of these things, right? So I've worked on TensorFlow and TPUs and things like that. Other folks on our team like worked on PyTorch Core. We've worked on Onyx Runtime. We've worked on many of these other systems, and so built systems like the Apple accelerators and all that kind of stuff. Like our team is quite amazing. And so one of the things that roughly everybody at Modular is grumpy about is that when you're working on one of these projects, you have a first order goal. Get the hardware to work, get the system to enable one more model, get this product out the door, enable the specific workload, or make it solve this problem for this product team, right? And nobody's been given a chance to actually do that. Step back, And so we as an industry, we didn't take 2 steps forward. We took like 18 steps forward in terms of all this really cool technology across compilers and systems and runtimes and heterogeneous compute, like all this kind of stuff. And like all this technology has been, I wouldn't say beautifully designed, but it's been proven in different quadrants. Like, you look at Google with TPUs, massive, huge exaflops of compute strapped together into machines that researchers are programming in Python in a notebook. That's huge. That's amazing.
It's incredible.
Right? It's incredible. And so you look at the technology that goes into it, and the algorithms are actually quite general. And so lots of other hardware out there and lots of other teams out there don't have the sophistication or maybe the years working on it or the budget or whatever that Google does, right? And so they should be getting access to the same algorithms, but they just don't have them, right? And so what Modular's doing is we're saying, cool, this is not research anymore. Like we've built auto tuning in many systems. We've built programming languages, right? And so like have implemented C++, have implemented Swift, have implemented many of these things. And so it's hard, but it's not research. And you look at accelerators. Well, we know there's a bunch of different weird kinds of accelerators, but they actually cluster together. Right? And you look at GPUs. Well, there's a couple of major vendors of GPUs, and they maybe don't always get along, but their architectures are very similar. You look at CPUs. CPUs are still super important for the deployment side of things. And you see new right, but they don't have the 30 years of development, the innovation, right? And so it's innovation that's happening, and it's for good reasons. But I have sympathy for the poor software people, right? I mean, again, I'm generally a software person too. I love hardware, but software people want to build applications and products and solutions that scale over many years. They don't want to build a solution for one generation of hardware with one vendor's tools, right? And because of this, they need something that scales with them. They need something that works on cloud, right? Because their product manager said, "Hey, I want it to have lower latency and it's better for personalization," or whatever they decide, right? Products evolve, and so the challenge with the machine learning technology and the infrastructure we have today in the industry is that it's all these point solutions. And because there are all these point solutions, it means that as your product evolves, you have to switch to different technology stacks or switch to a different vendor.
Because we've developed in those little silos for machine learning tasks, you want to make that the first-class citizen of a general purpose programming language that can then be compiled across all these kinds of hardware.
Well, so it's not really about a programming language. I mean, the programming language is a component of the mission, right? And the mission are not so. If you look at this mission, you need a syntax. So that's existed, right? So if Python was already good enough, then cool, we have a problem, right? It's also about accelerators. It's also about exotic numerics and bfloat16 and matrix multiplications and convolutions and like this kind of stuff. Within the stack, there are things like kernel fusion.
If I have this genius invention of a specialized accelerator to the modular framework, and also how does modular as a standard start to define the kind of hardware that should be developed?
Yeah, so let me take a step back and talk about status quo. Okay,
Yes.
And so if you go back to TensorFlow 1, PyTorch 1, this kind of time frame, and these have all evolved and gone. And so what you do is you say if you're either NVIDIA or Intel, right? But then more hardware comes in, right? And on one axis you have more hardware coming in. On the other hand, you have an explosion of innovation in AI. And so what happened with both TensorFlow and PyTorch is that the explosion of innovation in AI are out there. It's a lot. Okay, it's not even hundreds. It's probably thousands. Okay, often with many different chips inside of it from different vendors. From it's AI is everywhere. It's a thing, right?
Why are they all making their own chips? Like, why is everybody making their own thing?
Was
that a good thing?
So Chris's philosophy on hardware, right. So my philosophy is that there isn't one right solution, right? And so I think that, again, we're at the end of Moore's law. Specialization happens.
Yeah.
If you're training GPT-5, you want some crazy supercomputer data center thingy. You have something like a laptop. You You want something that looks maybe similar but a different scale, right? And so AI ends up touching all of our and is unlocking that innovation. There's also like analog and quantum and like all the really weird stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if somebody can come up with a chip that uses analog computing and it's 100x more power efficient, think what that would mean. So now there's 2100 and you have a huge team of people that are like trying to keep up and tune and optimize. And even when one of the big guys comes out with a new generation of their chip, they have to go back and rewrite all these things, right? So really it's only powered by having hundreds of people. They're all like frantically trying to keep up. And what that does is that keeps out the little guys. And sometimes the not so little guys, the big guys that are also just not in those dominant positions. And so what has been happening, the rise of new exotic crazy accelerators, is people have been trying to turn this from a let's go write lots of special kernels problem into a compiler problem. Mm-hmm. And so we and I contributed to this as well. we as an industry went into a like let's go make this compiler problem phase, let's call it. And much of the industry is still in this phase, by the way, so I wouldn't say this phase is over. And so the idea is to say, look, okay, what a compiler does is it provides a much more general, extensible, hackable application. I do a ReLU, right? The classic activation function. It is way faster to do one pass over the data and then do the ReLU on the output where I'm writing out the data.
No,
Because ReLU is just a maximum operation, right? Maximum zero. And so it's an amazing optimization. Well, wait a second. If I do that and have activation functions, what about leaky ReLU? What about like a million things that are out there, right? All the algorithms, and I will enumerate all the pairs, and I will actually generate a kernel for you. It's like rolling out really cool compiler stuff with Triton and this other technology and things like this. And so kind of coming into their fore and saying like, awesome, this is a compiler problem, we'll compiler it. Here's the problem. Not everybody's a compiler person. I love compiler people, trust me, right? But not everybody can or should be a compiler person. It turns out that there are people that know analog computers really well, or they know some GPU internal architecture thing really well, or they know some crazy sparse numeric interesting algorithm that is the cusp of research, but they're not compiler people. And so one of the challenges with this new wave of technology trying to turn everything to compiler is, again, it has excluded a ton of people programmability back into this world. Like it enables, I wouldn't say normal people, but like a new, a different kind of delightful nerd that cares about numerics or cares about hardware or cares about things like this to be able to actually go hack the compiler itself.
To extend the stack on the algorithm side,
yeah,
and then on the hardware side.
Yeah, as we said, okay, pull magic out of the compiler and put it in the standard library, right? And so what Modular is doing with the engine that we're providing and like this very deep technology stack, right, which goes into heterogeneous runtimes by people who know things that we don't know, because Modular has some smart people, but we don't have all the smart people. It turns out.
What are heterogeneous runtimes?
Yeah, so what is heterogeneous, right? So heterogeneous just means many different kinds of things together. Mm-hmm. And so the simple example you might come up with is a CPU and a GPU. Mm-hmm. And so it's a simple heterogeneous computer to say, I will run my data loading and pre-processing CPU, and then once I get it into the right shape, I
Are you fucking serious?
shove it into the GPU. I do a lot of matrix multiplications and convolutions and things like this, and then I get it back out. And
Are you fucking serious?
Some reductions and summaries, and they shove it across the wire across the network to another machine, right? And so, talking to each other, working together in a heterogeneous
This
system.
shit is the worst.
But cell phone, you've
Just
got
the worst.
CPUs.
I have a
They're not just
picture here.
CPUs. There's like big dot little CPUs, and so there's multiple
What is
different.
this shit? I gotta take a dump. We have to give
CPUs.
predictions and then
You've got
results.
neural network
Sure,
accelerators.
that's not what we
you got
appreciate the science behind it.
Dedicated
Yeah,
hardware
right,
blocks
kid.
for stuff. This isn't just cell phones. Every laptop these days is
Well, I
doing
was
the same
actually
thing.
thinking it was going
And
to be a
all of these
AAA.
blocks can provide
I guess
here's
there's a
how
little
to
league.
do the algorithm. It gives the
There's
system a lot more
Little League.
flexibility in terms of how to translate or
then we
map
just
or
go right to
compile it
double,
onto the system you have.
single league,
And so what you
double
need,
league, triple
the
league.
bottomest part of the layer there is
That's so
a
weird.
way for all these
What about
devices to talk
college
to each
ball?
other. And so this is one thing that I'm
Even
very
Little
passionate about.
League.
I'm
Why? 'Cause
I'm a
college
nerd.
ball gets-
But all these machines and all these systems are
Little
effectively
League.
computers
Single
running at
A,
the same
double
time,
A, but that'd
sending
be
messages to
confusing
each other.
too, because people
And
be
so
like,
they're all
wait,
fully asynchronous.
isn't single A like?
Well, this is actually a strip of
I don't
machines,
know.
sometimes very specialized,
I can
sometimes
tell
with
you this right now. There ain't
GPUs
nothing
or
little
TPUs
league
in one
about
node, and
this one.
sometimes with disks in another nodes, and so you
Damn,
get
girl.
a much
I
larger
have
scale
to
heterogeneous
shit.
computer. And so what ends up happening is you have this like multi-layer
Let's think about
abstraction of hierarchical parallelism and
My entire
hierarchical
life is what most people just
asynchronous
do on the
communication,
toilet.
and
Oh,
making
man.
that again my enemy.
Yeah, we're
is
turning this into a
complexity
AAA
by
5.
getting that away from
Without
being
that
different
AAA,
specialized
that's-
systems at every
I gotta
different
have some
part of the
kind
stack and
standards.
having more consistency and uniformity. I think we can uplift the world and make it much as
But how do you leverage like the strengths of the different specialized systems? So looking inside of the smartphone,
yeah.
like there's just what, like I don't know, 5-6 computers essentially inside
Yeah,
the
yeah.
smartphone. How do you, without trying to minimize the explicit, making it explicit which computer is supposed to be used for which operation?
Yeah, so there's a pretty well-known algorithm, and what you're doing is you're looking at two factors. You're looking at the factor of sending data from one thing to another, and to get it from that side of the chip to that side of the chip, and things like this. And then you're looking at what is the time it takes to do an operation on a particular block. So take CPUs. CPUs are fully general. They can do anything, right? But then you have a neural net thing. It goes and does matrix multiplications. When it's done, it sends me back the result. All is good, right? And so the simplest thing is just saying, do matrix operations over there, right? But then you realize you get a little bit more complicated because you can do matrix multiplications on a GPU. You can do it on a neural net accelerator. You can do it on CPU, and they'll have different trade-offs and costs. And it's not just matrix multiplication. And so what you actually look at is I have generally a graph of compute. I want to do a partitioning. I want to look at the communication, the bisection bandwidth, and like the overhead and the sending of all these different things, and build a model for this, and then decide, okay, it's an optimization problem. Where do I want to place this compute?
It's the old school theoretical computer science problem of scheduling. And then how does presumably it's possible to somehow
Opinion. This is an opinion. This is not everybody would agree with this, but in my opinion, the world benefits from simple and predictable systems at the bottom that you can control. But then once you have policies on top of it, right? And so one policy can be that the human programmer says, do that here, do that here, do that here, do that here, and like fully manually controls everything. And the system should do it over there. Or if it's floating point, do it on the GPU. If it's integer, do it on the CPU, like something like that, right? And then you then get into this mode of like people care more and more and more, and you say, okay, well, let's actually like make the heuristic better. Let's get into autotune. Let's actually do a search of the space to decide, well, what is actually better, right? Well, then you get into this problem where you realize this is not a small space. This is a many-dimensional that you cannot exhaustively search. So, do you know of any algorithms that are good at searching very complicated spaces for?
Don't tell me you're going to turn.
Then you turn into a machine learning problem, and then you have a space of genetic algorithms and reinforcement learning, and like all these.
But can you include that into the stack, into the modular stack?
Yeah. And
Where does it sit? Where does it live? Is it a separate thing, or is it part of the compilation?
So you start from simple and predictable models, and so you can have full control, and you can have coarse grain knobs that like nudge the system, so you don't have to do this. But if you really care about getting the best, the last ounce out of a problem, then you can use additional tools. And there, the cool thing is you don't want to do this every time you run a model. You want to figure out the right answer and then cache it. And once you do that, you can say, okay, cool. Well, I can get up and running very quickly. I can get good execution out of my system. I can decide if something's important, and if it's important, I can go throw a bunch of machines at it and do a big, expensive search over the space using whatever technique I feel like. It's really up to the problem. And then when I get the right answer, cool, I can just start using it. And so you can get out of this this trade-off between, okay, am I going to like spend forever doing a thing, or do I get up and running quickly and it's a quality result? Like these are actually not in contention with each other if the system's designed to scale.
You started and did a little bit of a whirlwind overview of probably developers can do for their own code to see how you can get these gigantic speed ups. But can you maybe speak to the machine learning task in general? How do you make some of this code fast and specifics? Like, what would you say is the main bottleneck for machine learning tasks? So are we talking about matmul, matrix multiplication? How do you make that fast?
The Python problem, right? You can say, how do I make Python faster?
What was it, kid?
And there's been a lot of people that have been working on the how do I make Python 2x faster, 10x faster,
I don't really know what all the
right? And there's been a ton of projects in that vein,
of this
right?
chart are.
Mojo
but
started from the what can the
it's
hardware
like
do?
It's definitely in the
What is
middle
the
of
limit of
both.
physics?
It's like
What is the speed of
pretty
light? What is
average.
the, like how fast can this thing go?
like
And
a
then
double-
See, how do we get the improvement? It's like, what can the physics do?
I mean, maybe I'm a special kind of nerd, but you look at that. What is the limit of physics? How fast can these things go? Right. When you start looking at that, typically it ends up being a memory problem, right? And so today, particularly with these specialized accelerators, the problem is that you can do a lot of math within them, but you get bottleneck sending data back and forth to memory, whether it be local memory or distant memory or disk or whatever it is. And that bottleneck, particularly as the training sizes get large, as you start doing tons of inferences all over the place, like that becomes a huge bottleneck for people, right? So again, what happened is we went through a phase of many years, took the special case and hand-tuned it, tweaked it and tricked it out, and they knew exactly how the hardware worked, and they knew the model, and they made it fast.
Dude,
In general.
it's doing that stupid
And
thing.
so you can make, ResNet 50 or some, or AlexNet or something, Inception B1.
Just
Like
the
you can
worst.
do that, right? Because the models are small, they fit in your head, right? But as the models get bigger, more complicated, as the machines get more complicated, it stops working, right? And so this is where things like kernel fusion come in. So what is kernel fusion? This is this idea of saying, let's avoid going to memory, and let's do that by building a new hybrid.
Dog, you are the worst.
Kernel and
Dog.
numerical algorithm
No one knows what you're talking about. Kernels and algorithms and shit.
actually
Dog,
keeps
talk about the
things
Bristol
in
Stool
the
scale. That's what the
accelerator
Rabbits don't
instead
want
of
to
having to write
hear.
all the way out to memory.
And its modifications.
What's happened with these
What would you
accelerators
call
actually
it,
has
Rabbi?
levels of
What would your modifications? With your modifications, what would you call it? That's a good question. I mean, why isn't it called the shit list?
in a GPU, for example,
Oh,
you'll
I
have
don't
global
know if that's
memory and
funny.
local memory, and
If
like,
this
all
motherfucker
these
keeps
things.
going, I'm gonna
If you
dude,
zoom
fucking
way
A,
into how
man.
hardware works,
This is the
the
worst.
register
Why
file-
does it do that? No one knows. Just the worst. Yo, dog, you sure you want to end the stream? I mean, no, it was fine. Till it started stutter stepping. This fucking thing starts stutter stepping like cray cray. Stutter stepping like cray cray, yo. Restart that B. It's just the worst. What's going on over here? Do you have any updates to do? Hey, Sundar. Hey, Sundar. Do we have any fucking updates? Sundar. Sundar. Sundar's the worst. Really? Well, Zuckerberg sucks so much cock. I don't know some chicks that suck dick, but ain't nobody sucked dick as much as this motherfucker. That motherfucker like Miss Pac-Man, he sucks so much cock. Oh, he is just the worst. Hey, Mark. Sucking. Well, guess. Is it 220 who gives up the hardware?
is that the explosion of innovation
Any way
in
you want it,
AI
kid.
has led to.
That's the way
it's
you
not
need
just
it.
about matrix multiplication
Any way
and
you want it.
convolution. These things have now like 2,000 different operators. And on the other
She
hand,
loves
you have,
everything.
I don't know how many
She
pieces of
loves to
hardware
sing.
there are out there.
She
It's
loves
a lot.
everything.
Part of my thesis or my belief
loves
of
to
where
move.
computing goes, if
She
you look
loves
at
to
10 years
do.
from
She loves a
now,
lot of things.
it's not going to get simpler.
All night,
Going back-
all night, every night. So hold tight, man. Hold tight, man. Oh, baby, hold tight. Yeah. She said, any way you want, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. This bitch said, any way you want it. That's the way you need it. Any way you want it. Yo, dog, this is the worst. She loves the moon. She loves the groove. She loves a lot of things. All night, all night. Hold tight, mama. Baby, hold tight. She said, any way you want it. That's the way you need it. Any way you want it. Any way you want it. That's the way you need it. Any way you want it. Oh, that was amazing, Rabbit. When you're like, yeah, screaming just for no reason. It was the best. All night, oh, every night. So hold tight, hold tight, baby, hold tight. She said, any way you want it. Anyway, I want to go. Are you serious? Is that what you? Do you really know what that means? All right, turn around, girl. Make sure that booty hole and poon hanger clean. Wow, what in the fuck are you even saying, kid?
Going back
no one
where we
knows.
came
No one's
from,
ever gonna watch
it's only
this.
going to get weirder.
It's
from
the
here on out.
worst. Have you guys ever known what the worst is?
Right.
Oh,
And
are
so
you
to
fucking
me, the
serious?
exciting
It's this
about what
bullshit
we're
again.
building
This is absolute. That's the worst, dude.
is it's about
Just talk.
building
Don't be
that
like
universal platform.
this is the
which
worst, not worth.
World can
It's the
continue
worst,
to get
dog.
weird, 'cause again, and I don't think it's avoidable.
Dog, don't do that thing.
But we can help lift people, scale, do things with it, and they don't have to rewrite their code every time a new device comes out. And I think that's pretty cool.
I think it's badass.
It's a conversation with Chris Lattner, his third time on this podcast. As I've said many times before, he's one of the most brilliant, the Swift programming language. A lot of key
Dude, it is.
contributions to TensorFlow and TPUs as part of Google. He served as vice president of Autopilot software at Tesla, was a software innovator and leader at Apple, and now
Dog, are you fucking serious?
X speed up over Python.
30,000.
If you love machine learning, if you love Python,
I like it when it just is when I'm like, hey, what Diana Ross and the
This
Supreme
programming
song was
language,
this? And they're like,
this
oh,
new
actually,
AI
that was
framework
when they were
and
just the Supreme.
infrastructure. And this conversation with Chris is mind blowing. I love it.
This is the worst.
It gets pretty technical at times, so I hope you
Dude,
hang on.